That that's clean recycling right there. I sure do. I was just gonna say you gotta stretch out the hamstrings, the hammies. You gotta be loose all day, every day. different style of working with glass. We're focused more about artwork rather than the technique. Although we do have a professional crew of glassmakers. We are joined by a visiting artist, Dawn Cerny. She holds an MFA, um, and she's been shown in multiple galleries, both in the United States and Canada. And this is pretty much her first experience working with glass. So our team is just here to translate her ideas and these pieces, again, elements that will be used in a different sculpture later on. And if you're wondering exactly what we're working on, we do have an image that our visiting artist has brought along and drawn for our professional team to use as a reference. And each team is working on a different sculpture. Once again, these sculptures will just be used later. So you'll notice that once we complete something, our visiting artist is closely standing by, Dawn Cerny, and she needs to essentially approve each piece before it's put away. Although there is a reference drawing, we're just ensuring that what we make is exactly to specifications of our visiting artist. And just to touch on base, the flames that we're using, this is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. There is no glass inside. It's just heat that we use to maintain its temperature, but also extend the working time. Well, welcome in, everyone. Welcome. Let's flood in our studio here. If you want the best experience, always sit in the first few rows and we can just hang out and talk about today's demonstration. But make yourself act comfortable, everyone. If you want to chill in the back, you're more than welcome to. But I know if we're chilling in the front, we're going to have an amazing demonstration. I'm going to give everyone a few minutes to settle in, and then we can introduce what we are working with, and also, of course, our visiting artist this morning. Is everyone having a good Thursday, right? And I know, and I know that summer break is almost here for everyone. So I'm super excited also. Now, we welcome everyone to the Museum of Glass. My name is David. I am more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. So at any time, yes, I like the enthusiasm. You can raise your hand or shout my name, and I am more than happy to answer any questions that you may have about the process that you are seeing here today. What's up, my man? You have a question for me already? Why is there a lot of fire here? Well, we need to use the flames, and here in a little bit, and how can I help you? Aren't we supposed to blow glass? You know, glass blowing has a very misleading name because we're not always blowing through the blowpipe. It just happens to be that the term glass blowing is what really stuck with our medium, although we're not always blowing through a blowpipe. I would say that's about like 20% of what we actually do, and that's even a really a high percentage there. But we welcome you to the museum. Very quickly, let's introduce where our molten material is being brought out of. On your left-hand side of the studio, we have a glass furnace. This furnace is holding approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And if I open that door, just looks red and orange inside. I'll go ahead and open our other furnace that we have. We have two of these ovens, both approximately the temperature of molten lava. Oh yeah, so it's like a hot bowl of soup. Well, that's pretty stuck on there, but we'll open it later on. So our ovens that we have here, these ovens will be on for years and years before they are ever turned off. The furnace on the left will be on for about a decade, for 10 years straight. That's nonstop, no holiday breaks, no weekends, no vacations. It really does have the heart of a champion. Now, all around the museum, we have some examples of the artwork that we are going to be creating. This is our visiting artist's first experience working with glass. So it's up to our professional team to translate her drawings and ideas into glass. And today marks the second day of a 5-day residency with our visiting artist, Dawn Cerny. Again, she's taking over our museum for these next few days. Well, in the center, we are working on a sculpture right now, but let's follow Courtney Branham on our left-hand side. And I can take your question here very shortly, all right? I just want to introduce the team on this left-hand side, and then we can follow the team in the center. Courtney Branham has a drawing that he is going to be translating. And let's look at this drawing here for our team that's on this end. So we see this drawing. This is what Courtney is making right now, okay? Courtney is a professional glass maker. He's been working with glass for over 25 years. Right now, we are only working with clear glass. Later on, we are going to be applying colored glass. And here in a little bit, I can show the team in the center what we are working with. Notice all the tools that Courtney is using to shape that mass of glass. And this is the actual glass blowing part of glass making. We're standing by to introduce more air into our bubble that will then expand our piece and make it larger. We have various shaping tools available to us. Maybe some steel tools, some wooden blocks. That's a nice flame. Anyways, we can even use like some newspaper, some wet newspaper, to control where the mass of glass expands. And we'll check back in on Courtney Branham on our left-hand side here very shortly. But you had a question earlier. Are we going to show you what we're working with the actual glass piece? So we have a drawing that I can show you. We have another team in the center of our hot shop studio. Now, each bench is working on a separate project, correct? And at this time, I do want to bring over the drawing that Gabe is working on here, okay? So we can bring this over. It's just a simple drawing, but this is the scale that we are working at also. So this is exactly what our visiting artist wants. And so our team will use their skills and techniques to create this exact vessel or sculpture. And everything that we're making right now will be utilized on a bigger sculpture later on. These are just elements that we are making here today. Wow, Gabe, that looks pretty exactly like our drawing, right? A little short, but hey, glass making is all a learning experience, so we are going to be making this sculpture a few times. This is the first one of the day. Now, well, we want to keep this vessel right here, but if we leave it out in the open, it's just going to break, crack, or even explode. It's simply going to get too cold too quickly. So we are going to set it inside of a controlled environment. And I can take your questions here shortly. I just want to introduce our annealer. The annealer is the oven that will eliminate the stress in the glass that causes it to break, crack, or again, even explode. So our annealer is sitting at 890 degrees and will be the home of everything that's made here today. Left side. Right side. Well, I know we had a few questions here in the center, so we can take those questions right now. What's up, my man? How can I help you? Why do we have giant oven mitts? You're right. So Rachel here was using these Kevlar gloves. This is to prevent us from burning our hands, and it's very similar to what firefighters use in a high temperature situation. Do we have some more questions here in the center? I expect some questions down here at one point also, so you can raise your hand or just shout my name and I can come right on over. Let me answer the questions here first because they raised your hand first, and then I can make my way back there. What's up, my man? So the thing that breathes fire, why isn't it melting? So this is a propane torch. It's about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. What we see is the pilot light. That's just so we can use it immediately, right? And this torch is typically used to ensure that our piece isn't getting too cold. Do you have a question right here? So as we're blowing the glass, how is it not breaking? Well, that's a great question. The secret is the temperature that we are working with. So directly in front of us, we have a glory hole or reheating chamber. This oven is approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. I can open one half of the doors here, and we can begin to feel some of that heat that our team works with. And this is the oven that we're using to ensure that our glass does not break. So check this out, everyone. One of our team members, Gabe, has gathered glass on the end of the rod. He begins by shaping that mass of glass by rolling back and forth. He now wants to introduce an air bubble into that mass. So he blows a lot of air, pressurizes it, and that air can expand towards the tip. Now we are actually glass blowing and not glass making. What's up, team? How can I help you today? What this is right here? So this is a garage. It's a temporary place where we can store glass to prevent it from breaking or cracking. I like to call this our horse farm because oftentimes we have a lot of small figurines sitting on top of here. So you'll notice that a lot of glass making is going back into the reheating chamber, the glory hole. Well, that's because as we stand outside of that chamber, the glass is rapidly losing its heat. It's becoming no longer malleable. So we extend the working time by re-entering one of these chambers. Now our team in the center has gathered another layer. This is just to make the mass larger, and our piece can ultimately become bigger. So the way that we make something larger or bigger is we repeat the process of gathering or collecting more material. Do we have some questions? Let's start at the front here. What's up, my man? I can always come back. How do we make the curved sides? Well, when we blow air through a blowpipe, it always wants to be round. So glass likes to be round. Sharp edges, that's kind of more difficult because glass doesn't like to have sharp edges. So how do we make something bigger, right, essentially? So again, we could repeat the process of gathering or introduce more air to expand the bubble and make it thinner. Oh, so who first invented glass and how did it become a thing, essentially? So we don't know exactly who melted glass first. There's a lot of different stories, but what you see in front of you, we credit to Syrian craftsmen at the height of the Roman Empire, which was the 1st century BC. Before then,
glass blowing was very primitive. What's up? Do you have questions down here? How do we make color in glass? Well, sweetie, what's your favorite color? Teal. Ooh, a nice bluish. So color in glass is made by adding metals. To make like pink glass, we can add gold, actual gold. Or for the color you like teal, we can add maybe a cobalt. So specifically, metals create color. Hi. How exactly do we farm the glass? How do we get it? So our glass that we're using here is coming from Spruce Pine, North Carolina. That's on the other coast. But essentially, what's happening is they are mining a quartz mountain. A literal mountain is where our glass is coming from. What is this oven down here? Well, this is another annealer, similar to the one on the right. But this one we can cook a turkey easily in. Do you have a question? What's up, my man? How are we making the glass? Well, using a lot of technique and a lot of practice. This team that you see in front of you, they are very talented. What's up, my man? Consistency? Like, oh, you just have to have a really good team so they can keep the process similar. Well, everyone, we are just going to hang out here. We won't take some questions for a bit here, but we can check back in with our Hot Shop team. Notice that there is a hierarchy on how we work. Each team has what we call a gaffer. The gaffer is the person in charge of creating that sculpture or glass piece. So our gaffer here in the center is Gabe. And Gabe's been working with glass for over 22 years. So he's the person in charge of the team here in the center. And then on our left-hand side, we have another gaffer. And that is Courtney Branham on this left-hand side. So maybe if you want to become a glassmaker when you're older, you could pretty much say, hey, I want to become a gaffer, which means you want to be the person in charge. Well, let's explain a little bit of what happened here. When someone is sitting by on this end, we're standing by to blow air through the blowpipe. So this is the actual glass blowing part of glass making. So our gaffer, Gabe, has now called for a punty. The punty is a transfer rod or a new handle that we can begin to work on. So now one of our other teammates, Nick, has gathered glass on a new rod. Now, this punty is only temporary. So the temperature that is brought over is very critical. Too hot and it will fuse permanently with the bottom. Too cold, it doesn't fuse enough and can simply fall or pop off that rod when we are pulling and tugging. So as a glassmaker, you train for a very long time to produce a good punty. Now that we have a new rod, our first step is to ensure that this new rod is on center, that there is not a wobble as it's being turned. We constantly turn the rod to counteract gravity. Have we ever found put glass in random places? You know, here in Tacoma, there's a rich history of monkey shines. So what happens is every Chinese New Year's, all around Tacoma, floats, Japanese style floats, are hidden everywhere in Tacoma. And if you find them, you can keep them. And it's specifically in our Tacoma area is where this program. They're Japanese floats, so they look like spheres, And on the first day of Chinese New Year, they are hidden everywhere in Tacoma. And again, if you find them, you can keep them. And it's a tradition that's been going on for like over a decade in our area. So yeah, Chinese New Year's, look out, wander around Tacoma. It's highly collectible. Notice where Gabe is using the flame. He's using the flame pretty much on the rod. The reason is because that rod is stealing heat from the glass. If this piece is going to break or crack, it's always going to start where the rod and the glass meet. So as long as we can maintain that temperature above 900 degrees using the flame, we can prevent it from breaking or cracking. Well, this sculpture is now complete, and it's now time to set it inside of the annealer. Once again, just like last time, if it's left out in the open, it will just break, crack, or explode. A little bit of water, a slight tap, and the sculpture is broken free. A chance to come back in here later on, all right? So I believe my school group will be touring the rest of the museum. If you have more time, you're more than welcome to join us later on. I guess I can take your question, my man, since you're heading out of here. What's up? Or not, it's all good. Take care, everyone. Have a wonderful Thursday. And we'll hopefully see you later on this year. Hello. Welcome to the museum. So now that we were settled in a little bit more, I just want to begin by by welcoming everyone to the museum. Thank you so much for stopping by. I see a few members out in our audience, and we really appreciate all our members. So thank you so much for your support and joining us. Today marks the second day of a 5-day residency with our visiting artist, Dawn Cerny. Now, Dawn is wearing the red pants, and she is in charge of the products that are being produced here today. Using our hot shop team, we are making elements that will be used in a future sculpture. And throughout our demonstration, we can learn about Dawn and the artwork that she creates. The pieces that you see on our pedestal were made at Pilchuck Glass School, where she had her first experience working with glass. And this is a continuation of that residency. Now let's learn a little bit about today's glass blowing process. The team in the center has just gathered another layer of molten material, and we will introduce our furnace in a little while. I just want to catch up where we are at this stage. With that molten material we have, we're just going to ensure that our bubble will blow out evenly and symmetrically. To do so, we use wooden blocks. These are made out of fruit wood to extend their lifetime. Although they are used to ensure that the mass of glass and the heat is evenly distributed around the bubble. Now, there is a hierarchy in how we work. Gabe is our gaffer. He's the person in charge. And you can see that Gabe is saving his energy for the more critical parts of today's demonstration. We then have our pole turner. In this case, it is Manny. Manny's job is to give the adequate heat that our gaffer has called for. And you'll notice a lot of small details that occur within every heat. Well, I'd like to welcome our school group. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is David. I am more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. And here shortly, I can join you all in our top row. I just want to introduce what's going on before I make my way up there and hang out with you all. So directly in front of us, we have a lot of different fuel sources for heat, but the one that we enter in the center and on your left are called glory holes or a reheating chamber. Now, I have no idea where that name comes from. That's just the name that it's been given for hundreds of years. These reheating chambers or glory holes are approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. At that temperature, we could easily burn a pizza or burn our s'mores if we like to make those. Now, we use a reheating chamber to make the glass malleable and extend the working time. As we hang out and manipulate the glass, it's cooling down. The ambient temperature is slowly cooling down that glass. So to extend the working time, we constantly go back to a glory hole. We have an unlimited amount of times that we can enter one of these chambers, but typically we want to do it as fast as possible. And notice this is the actual glass blowing part. Manny is blowing through that blowpipe. We are blowing about the same air pressure you use to blow out a candle. Although it's not a lot of air, if we listen carefully, we can hear our gaffer, Gabe, saying blow light, blow hard, blow gentle, or even just stop. And he said blow once again. Now, when we blow air, it will always take the path of least resistance, which means wherever the bubble is hotter, it will expand towards. So to counteract how the bubble blows out, we can use different tools. Maybe some of the steel tools or even a wet pad of newspaper. And yeah, that's correct. I said newspaper. We use just the Wall Street Journal here at our museum. It is a great shaping tool. And the team on the left is working on a different sculpture. And later on, we can jump in and show you exactly what we are working on. However, everything that's being made here today are just elements that will be used in a larger sculpture later on. So we see that when Gabe swings the glass, what he's doing is he's just elongating the bubble. So we're using centrifugal force to pull and extend the walls. And then going back to blowing, we even have a wooden paddle. The wooden paddle is used both to shield Gabe from the radiating heat, but also to create a flat bottom on which our piece can stand on. I think this is pretty cool, but we're gonna bring over a small patio glass. Now, this patio glass is used to just thicken that bottom part so we have a thicker connection to work with. And we do this when we're working with glass that's extremely thin. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We are with a visiting artist here today, Dawn Cerny, who is on your left-hand side with the red pants. She is our visiting artist. She's a local artist and holds a BFA and an MFA. Her BFA is both in painting and printmaking. And that is from the Cornish College of Arts. Well, my school group that joined us, do you guys have any questions yet? You guys have questions? Okay, not yet. So when you guys, I see some hands. All right. So give me like 5 minutes and then I can join you up there, okay? I just want to set everyone up here so we are knowledgeable of what's going on. Now, Gabe has now called for. So let's very quickly show you what we're working on. All right, so I have our drawing. Let's show everyone what we're working with. So right now, what we're going to add is the base, that bottom base. So that base is made by bringing over a separate bubble. And this is what we're going to be creating for everyone to see right now. Once again, these are just elements that are going to be used later on a bigger sculpture. And check this out. This is how we create a base. We bring over a separate bubble. We blow to ensure that it doesn't collapse. And using that bubble, we will split it in half, tap off one half of it off, and keep the top half to create the base. All right. So Gabe takes a heat, ensuring that that mass is hot. He then will split that bubble in half, or a little bit less than half. The top part will remain as the base. And this is a traditional Venetian style of working with glass. Although here in our Pacific Northwest area, we are a melting pot of different glass blowing traditions around the globe, which makes us the mecca of glass blowing. So once again, the chamber is at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. What Gabe is doing, he's focusing the heat only on the very bottom. If our piece drops below 900 degrees, it can crack or break. Therefore, Gabe takes these deep heats, these deep maintenance heats, ensuring that the very back of the glass doesn't get too cold. Now, what we are worried about is where the glass and the rod meet. That rod is constantly stealing heat from the glass, which means if this piece is going to break or crack, it's going to start where the rod and the glass meet. We call that the moil. And that is what we are going to be torching, ensuring that it doesn't get too cold. Going today? He's having a good Thursday? Sweet. Do you guys have any questions? Has any of the glass ever broken before? Now, the team that you're seeing here, by the way, this is like one of the highest levels of professional glass blowing. So mistakes do happen. They just don't happen too often here in this museum. Our gaffer in the center, Gabe, he's been working with glass longer than I've been alive. And even our gaffer on the left, he's been working with glass for over 25 years. So this team that you see in front of you, they have spent a lifetime working with glass. Do you have a question down here? Yeah, what's up? So the fire that we use here at the museum, right? So our fuel source is natural gas. That is our main source, although we also use like propane for different torches. Do you guys have other questions here? I can make my way there in a little bit, all right? You have a question up here? So why did these professionals decide to work with glass? I'm not too sure why exactly. I know for myself, personally, glass has always been a vehicle for other things. It's helped me do my homework. It's helped me, concentrate. It's helped me in a lot of different aspects of my life, but mainly communication. Glass blowing is all teamwork. It's very difficult to blow glass by yourself. Although it's possible, it can really help you break out of that box of being shy because you need to communicate. And that is what it's helped me personally with, but I'm sure that our team has different stories about it. Do you guys have other questions here? It's okay if we don't. We can just sit back, relax, enjoy. I'm going to make my way there in a second, all right, team? Here, I'm going to walk around and I can meet you in a bit. You have a question? What's up? Oh, so the glass, when we enter one of the chambers, why does it become like golden, red, or orange? So it doesn't matter what heat, what color we use, even clear glass, everything just turns red and orange. That's just because the intense heat that we are applying to it. And it's called a black light radiation. It's like if you had a stove, a black stove, and you turn it on, it turns like bright red and orange. That's the black light radiation. What's up? What are we making right now? So we are just making essentially like non-functional glassware right now that plays off our visiting artist bigger sculptures that will be used on a later date. What's up? The team on the left-hand side, they're making these. Let me show you an image when I get down there, all right? Instead of me explaining it, I can show you it to you. Ooh, what is the most expensive color at glass, man? I love that question, dude. I really do. So, the way that we make color is we apply different metals, right? So we can use gold. By adding gold to clear glass, you produce red and pink. For that reason, red and pink glass is pretty much the most expensive color in our industry. It could triple or quadruple the price point just because of the gold content that's added. What's up, my man? You have a question? You have a high five? It's okay. How many minutes does it take for them to make something? It depends what we're making. We can spend a whole day making one sculpture, or we can spend maybe 10 minutes making a cup. So it depends how detailed we want our piece to be. What's the cheapest glass? Well, that's that glass that you buy at the thrift store. You can buy a good set of cups for like $1. But color-wise, I would say maybe like green glass. Green glass can be made out of like iron or rust. Oh, don't look up. It looks amazing up there. So if you look up there, there's a giant fan up there. It's used to accelerate the hot air rising. So besides this cone being aesthetically pleasing, it's very functional. There is studios like this built in Europe with this very similar shape because, again, hot air rises. It's like a chimney. It can escape towards the top. Oh, yeah, it's very terrifying. You know, there's like a step system up there, a ladder. I've always wanted to go up there, but I'm kind of scared of heights, so I don't want to do it yet, but I know exactly how you feel, my man. But one day, right? What's up? It's okay. I'm going to be hanging out here, all right? So you can always ask me later on. Sounds good? Do you have questions here? What's up? So that green piece, I would say maybe about an hour or so, give or take. That's a great question. I don't follow though, but that was a fantastic question, okay? What's the hardest part of making glass? Everything. Nothing is easy. It just takes a lot of practice. In glass blowing, you either win or you learn a lesson. Oftentimes, you learn a lesson because when you're first starting off, a lot of things break. Thanks everyone for joining us. You're going to check out the rest of the museum, all right? You enjoy the rest. If you guys have more time, you guys can always come back, ask us questions. Does anyone get burned? Only on payday. We want to leave early. All right. See you, man. Oh, yep. Fist bump. Take care. Bye now. Now, when we're done making something, it needs to go off into a controlled oven We have our annealer on our right-hand side. This is the oven to eliminate the stress in the glass. So I do want to explain the annealing process. What'll happen is just, it's that torch. So what happens is the ambient temperature shocks the molecules of the glass. It simply gets too cold too quickly. When we look at the history of glass, oh man, melting glass or melting sand, now that was easy. It was preventing it from breaking that took us the longest period in history, and even the Egyptians struggled with this. But nowadays, we know better. There is a formula that we can use to figure out exactly how long it should stay inside of one of these ovens or annealers. So down in the center, you'll notice that Gabe has been heating up, looks like a straw with a cone end. What we're doing here is we're introducing more air into our vessel. What we want to do is we always want to minimize the tools that go on the inside because that can create scratches or maker's marks. And that's what we want to minimize. So instead of placing a tool on the inside, we can just use a puffer or a soffietto, which stands for little breeze in Italian. Now that wet cloth that we're using, that's just the Wall Street Journal folded on itself. That newspaper will only last a week if we're lucky, but that's completely fine. We have stacks and stacks of newspaper to burn through. And if you have the Wall Street Journal just sitting at home, well, this is a great place to recycle it at. We can use that in the creation of some stunning artwork. For our audience that's just joining us, let's introduce the start and the furnace. The furnace that we are using is on your left-hand side and holds 1,000 pounds of molten material. Essentially, the furnace is a giant ceramic pot filled with molten material at about the same temperature as molten lava, so 2,100 degrees. Now, the glass adheres to the rod due to the heat. Hot glass likes to stick to anything that's hot. If we gather on a cold rod or a cold pipe, the glass doesn't adhere properly and can just fall off. Now, our first step is to shape our massive glass into a nice home for our bubble. To introduce the bubble, we can either just stand here and blow our lungs out to eventually we build enough pressure to pierce the massive glass, or we could use science. We could pressurize the blowpipe, take our palm or our finger over the hole. That air has no place to go but to pierce the massive glass due to the heat and pressure that's created. Well, it looks like this piece in the center is complete. Man, you have the doors? All right. So a little bit of water on the end of the punty creates a weak spot. Again, that punty is only temporary, and with a tap, success. It's completed. Can we give Gabe a round of applause? That was an amazing demonstration. And of course, our visiting artists taking over our museum for the next few days. Well, as we begin another piece, welcome to the museum, by the way. Thank you for joining us. Do we have any questions from our audience? Any questions? My name is David. I'm more than happy to answer any questions. I know we have a school group that just joined us. Give me about 5 minutes and then I can join you up in the top few seats. We can hang out, ask questions, and learn about today's process. Now, typically after a gather, we use a wooden block. Now, these wooden blocks are just used to ensure that the bubble we have will blow out evenly and symmetrically. We want our bubble to blow out like a balloon and not like a potato. A potato is no good. That bubble will blow unevenly. So by using that wooden block, we're distributing both the heat and the massive glass around the bubble. Well, as we focus our attention on our left-hand side, Courtney Branham, our professional glassmaker on this end, he's now getting ready to separate what will be the usable mass of glass from the steel rod. To do so, we create a constriction using a tool called the jacks. This constriction we refer to as the jack line, and it's what will separate, again, the usable glass from the steel rod. This jack line is typically made early in the process. Now, I know our massive glass doesn't quite look like our finished product, but we're already thinking ahead of the process. And I know my school group here, you guys joined us a little bit after I introduced our furnace. The furnace is the oven that holds all the molten material that we are working with here today. We have two furnaces, both holding approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and we can show you a diagram on our big screen to simplify the furnace. Essentially, however, it is a giant pot or crucible filled with molten material. Our furnaces will be on all year around. The furnace on the left-hand side was just turned on about a year ago and will be the future of the museum for the next decade. These furnaces won't take a holiday break or weekend off or vacations. They are on all year around. The furnace on the right was on for about 8 years. It was turned off to do some maintenance, but will be on for a few more years before it's replaced. And our fuel source here is natural gas at the museum. Now, the way that the glass collects on the end of the rod is due to the heat. Hot glass likes to stick to anything that's hot. So by the pipe being a little bit warm, we can adhere that mass of glass. Now, we've already introduced an air bubble into this mass, but glass blowing is very misleading because we are not always blowing air through the blowpipe. Happens to be that that's the term that's stuck with our medium, but it is very misleading. Now, to make our mass larger or bigger, what we do is we let the core stabilize. By stabilizing, instead of working harder, we're working smarter. A cold core will also adhere more glass, so allowing our piece to become bigger. When we've gathered too much glass, we can hold the rod straight down and let gravity remove some excess material. And just like last time, we will use different wooden blocks to accommodate its size and ensure that our bubble is blowing out symmetrically. Oh, check this move out here. So our gaffer has noticed an impurity in the glass. So what does he do? He pulls that impurity away and removes it right off of the mass. Now, an impurity can be as simple as some unmelted glass, maybe a ceramic chip from the furnace, or maybe even just an air bubble. But whatever it is, we take the precaution of removing it since clear glass has the ability to magnify. So a small impurity can look a lot larger in the end result. Oh man, you saw a spark fly? What's up, Gabe? You sparking? Are you sparking wood up in here? Are you making flames? What's up? What's going on? You saw one spark? Well, let's see what Gabe is doing right now. Oh, so the tool that we're using right now, it's called the Jax. It's like the Swiss Army knife of glass making. So that tool, we use a little bit of beeswax. We apply beeswax. Now that beeswax is used to prevent this tool from scratching the surface of the glass. And so we can take the Jax, slide it in the very back, and boom, has a little bit more beeswax. It might catch on fire or even smoke up a little bit. We're just minimizing any markings that are left behind. How's it going today? You guys having a good Thursday? Right on. I'm pretty much enjoying my Thursday too. How long does it take it to complete it? It really depends the size and scale that we're making. We can spend like 20 minutes making a cup, or we can spend an 8-hour day making the fanciest cup you can ever imagine. Repeat that last part for me again. So how long for this one to be completed? I would say maybe another 15 minutes. But this piece, once it's completed, can't be left out in the open. It needs to go into a controlled environment. So on your right, we have an annealer. It has a giant number 4. It's sitting at 890 degrees, and it's going to be the home of everything that's produced here today. If left out in the open, it's just going to break, crack, or even explode. Now, I do want to show in a drawing of the piece that we are going to be making right now in the center. All right, everyone. I also want to explain that we have another team member gathering a large mass of glass. Now, what Rachel is doing is she's making what will be the small patty of glass that's on the bottom of our drawing. So that patty of glass is going to be made next. And we can see it in our drawing. Again, our visiting artist has provided a lot of reference pictures for our glass makers to use. So if you're wondering what we're making, we have it right here. We're going to show you how that patty of glass is made. This is all technique, by the way, everyone. A lot of practice. Although our team makes it look easy, that's because they've dedicated their life to working with glass. But in reality, it's a lot more difficult than it looks like. Our gaffer here, gaffer meaning the person in charge, Gabe, he's been working with glass for over 22 years, which makes it look easy. But I can attest, it is a lot more difficult. Well, we've now brought over a transfer rod called a punty. This is to begin to work on the opposite end. A little bit of water is added on a weak spot that was created earlier, which causes it to break cleanly. Now that we have the next rod added, our first step is to ensure that this rod is on center. This is the centering, and what I think is the most difficult part of the glass blowing process. We're just ensuring that there is no wobble as the piece is being turned around. Now, personally, I felt like my instructor told me the same thing for 5 years. I never understood it until one day I was like, you know what? I finally understand what you've been saying all these years. It really takes a lot of practice because you need to see the piece, figure out how it wobbles, and see how to adjust it all in a split second. Well, for our next step, we're going to be introducing some more air into our vessel. This is just to work on certain areas of the bubble. And to do so, we use essentially a metal straw with a cone flare on one end called a soffietto. Now, a lot of the tools that you see here are all Italian based. We have a lot of Venetian influence, but we really also have a lot of different techniques. That soffietto in Italian stands for little breeze. And oftentimes we introduce more air to the vessel just to minimize our tools that go on the inside. Anytime our tools go on the inside, there's a high chance of leaving marks or residue. And so to minimize that, we rather just inflate the piece. Good. Then that was a veteran move right there that Gabe just did. Gabe noticed that there was a little chip on the inside. If Gabe would have taken that heat, that chip would have been permanently fused to the walls. But instead, Gabe brings it out, gives it a light tap, removing that small chip. Again, this is one of the highest levels of professional glass blowing across the globe. And if we have any questions from our audience, once again, my name is David. You can raise your hand or shout my name. I am more than happy to share my knowledge and experience of glass blowing, as well as the demonstration that's going on here today. questions at the top. Yes, let me make my way up there right now. So the colors that we're using here today, typically the color is introduced early in the process, and I have some color bar down there I can show you when I make my way. Now, color is just made by adding different metals of the periodic table. If you don't mind me asking, what's your favorite color? Red. Ooh, the red. Okay, so I'm glad you said red because red and pink are some of the most expensive because we add gold. By adding gold to clear glass, you could produce red and pink glass. For that reason, it's some of the most expensive color. But typically, we only melt clear glass so we can use all the colors of the rainbow. We purchase our color from a manufacturer, and they add the metals themselves in a larger furnace. We can either apply color in a broken powdered form or a solid color. I wish I was down there because I can show you some of this color, but it's typically added early in the process. And actually on our big screen here, let's get you a color overlay video and we can explain that process.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
And that is a color overlay, once again, here at the museum. Can we give our visiting artists and the Hot Shop crew a round of applause? They're doing an amazing job here. Again, today marks the second day of a 5-day residency with our visiting artist, Don Cerny. On our big screen, we're going to show you some images of our visiting artwork. This is her first experience working with glass. This begins at Pilchuck Glass School about 2 weeks ago, where she was first introduced to the medium. On our pedestals, we have some of that artwork that was explored there. Now, oftentimes, our visiting artists explore some non-functional furniture, playing on that aesthetic. Now, her artwork really examines both the value and power in everyday gestures. Now, Dawn's sculptures can be seen as an abstract response to the productive rationalism of modern times. For our next piece that we work on, before we start, there's always a quick powwow. We need to ensure that the next sculpture that we work on, everyone is on the same page. And so if you're wondering how a day begins here at the museum, this is exactly what it looks like. We have our visiting artist, again, Don, and then our gaffer. The gaffer is the person in charge. And today, our gaffer will be Gabe. He's wearing the black hat. And they're talking about some of the techniques that they're going to use. And maybe right now they might talk about some of the bumps that they may see in the sculpture. And when they're done, I'm going to show the piece that they're working on right now, our illustration and drawing that we're working on. Again, our visiting artist often plays off of non-functional furniture or now, to explain a little bit more about our visiting artist, she does hold a bachelor's of fine arts in painting and printmaking from the Cornish College of Arts, and also holds a master's of fine arts in sculpture from the Milton Avery School of Art. If you're heading out of here, thank you so much for joining us. You enjoy the rest of the Museum of Glass. And for our audience, I always recommend the top balcony. It's a wonderful place to view what's going on. We just ask for a few minutes to begin our next process. And as we continue this communication on our big screen, we're going to play you a quick video, and we will resume once that video is complete. So on our big screen, let's get a small introduction to glass, maybe on one of our programs. Now, one of our programs that we host here at the Museum of Glass is our Kids Design program. Now, any child 12 and under can submit a drawing to the Museum of Glass. This is a monthly contest that we hold here. Once we choose our winner, our team will translate their drawing into glass. Now, we have various kids design glass pieces. We can see a collection here at the museum, but we also have a traveling collection at the SeaTac Airport. And on our big screen, let's get you a recent kids design glass piece and see how that piece was made.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win,
But, and that
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
I don't really do any work when they present. It's great.
Bacon, baby.
It's fine.
Oh, that's glass. Cool. All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
Welcome everyone to the Museum of Glass. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is David. I'm your MC here today. If you have any questions, I am more than happy to answer questions. But I am going to show you what we're working on right now. We're going to be working on essentially a dinner plate. So we have our drawing here. We need handles. We need a plate. And this is all going to be made here right now in the hot shop. We are going to be working with colored glass. We want to make it in orange, and our first step is to produce the handles of our plate. And we're going to learn a little bit on how this process is made, but I just want to make sure that everyone here knows what we're making, what is our end goal. Hopefully, we will be done with this piece before lunch, so we have about an hour. If not, so what? We'll keep working on it until it's complete and it looks just right. Now that we have an idea of what's being made, let's find out how we are going to work with color at the museum. We have 2 furnaces at the museum holding 1,000 pounds of molten clear glass. By melting clear glass, we're ensuring that we can use all the colors of the rainbow and not just a few. Now, color is made by adding different metals of the periodic table of elements. Now, do we have any favorite color? Does anybody want to share their favorite colors? It's okay, you can. Purple, green. All right, so purple glass is made by adding manganese. By adding a ton of manganese, you can then produce black glass. So yeah, if you look very closely, black glass, it's actually just purple, very dense. Green glass is made by adding chromium or iron. Do we have any other metals or any other, colors that we like? What's your favorite colors? Green, ooh, a nice green. Again, chromium or iron. We can even use rust to create a green color. Now let's take, for instance, that green glass. We can make green glass here at the museum. We'll take some of that chromium, place it inside of our furnace, and we will have 1,000 pounds of green glass. Now, you might be cool with that. I'm okay with having green glass. I like green glass, but I don't know if our artist wants green glass. So by melting clear glass, we can use all the colors of the rainbow. Now, we purchase our color from a manufacturer, and our color comes to us in a bar form. This is what we call color bar. It's very dense in color. I'm going to hand this out so our audience can view it. You guys can inspect it, check it out. Just don't drop it. If it falls, I'm sure it's pretty tough. It won't break, but we will have to replace it. Now, depending on what we're making, we can use a little bit of that color bar, or we can just use the whole thing. It's up to our artist, right? So it depends how dense we want that color layer to be. Typically, though, we only use about 1 inch or 2. As we can see here, that color's already been cut. Once we know how much color we want, we place it on a metal tray, and we place it inside of our garage. That's this piece of equipment. The garage is a temporary place where we can store glass or preheat the color. If I wanted to use this red color that's on this tray, if I try using it immediately, it's just going to fall on the ground, and I'm going to have to throw it away. If we want to use color, we first need to preheat it for about 30 minutes. Our color, luckily, has been heating up since the morning, so it's now warm and ready. We now introduce Rachel, who is on your left-hand side, and on the end of her rod, she has orange color. Now, it may not look like the exact orange that we're working with due to the intense heat. No matter what color it is, it looks red and orange, even if it's white, even if it's green, doesn't matter. At this heat, it just looks red and orange. The way that we are going to apply our solid color is by placing it on top of a starting bubble, which leads us to introduce Courtney Branham. He's on the left-hand side, and he is the starter. His job is to apply the color nicely and evenly. The way that we're going to apply this color is that Courtney Branham has made a bubble. This is where the color will be placed on top. Once the color is on top, it's up to Courtney to spread that color layer nice and evenly around the bubble. If we rush through this process, there's a chance that we will have different densities of color throughout the bubble. And I can take the color. Yes, thank you. All right, so here we go. The color is brought on over to the top. It looks like a Hershey's Kiss, but we're going to spread it evenly around that bubble. So here at the museum, we're like a production line. We begin on one end, but we will conclude here in the center. The reason we do this is because the chamber, the glory hole we use, it's a lot larger here in the center, so it's a lot of heat that we don't need. But now that we're not here, would you like me to open the doors of the glory hole and we can experience some of the heat that the glass makers work, it's about 2,300 degrees. So it is going to get warm, all right? But I'm going to go ahead and pull this. I could open just half of it, but I'm not going to half-ass this. I'm going to do it the right way. We're going to open all the doors for you. Again, 2,300 degrees, powered by natural gas. This oven, unlike other ones, are turned off at night. So at 5 o'clock today, we will turn it off. And it takes about 2 to 3 hours to climb back to its 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Did anybody bring marshmallows? No? Okay. Well, next time. Now we know. If you want, I can keep the doors open longer. No one's using this bench right now, so right now would be the time. And during the winter, it's like the best time to be a glassmaker. If you get too cold, come down to the museum. We can have one chamber just completely open for our audience if you'd like. Well, let's check in on Courtney Branham. He has spread that color evenly around the bubble. Now our next stage is to begin to gather the mass of glass that we want. So after our bubble is set, we will go back to the furnace for another layer. And if you have any questions, again, my name is David. I love questions. So at any time, raise your hand, shout my name. I'm more than happy to share my knowledge and experience of this wonderful medium. Now, at times, glassmaking is a slow process, especially like now. What we're doing is we're waiting. Now, what we want to do is we want to gather some more glass. By waiting, we are stabilizing the core, but we're also ensuring that we can gather more glass. So instead of working harder, we just work smarter. Oh, there goes Courtney. So now that we've gathered another layer of molten glass, we are going to introduce our furnace on the next gather. I do want to explain what's going on. Now we want our bubble to blow out like a balloon, evenly. We don't want it to blow out like a potato all wonky. That's no good. That's not a good shape. So using a wooden block, Courtney is ensuring that our bubble will blow out evenly and symmetrically by spreading both the heat and the mass of glass around the distorted bubble. Now, I was always told as a glassmaker, if the bubble doesn't look right, just block it. The block is your best friend. It's going to ensure that everything looks right. Now, the wooden blocks are typically made out of a fruit wood. We love burning fruit wood because it lasts longer, but it also smells like a barbecue in here in our museum when we burn it. So it's definitely an added bonus. And this is a little bit of the actual glass blowing process. You'll see that a team member is standing by on this end to blow air through the blowpipe. Now we're listening for key words like blow, or blow hard, or blow soft. that will dictate the amount of air flowing through the blowpipe. Typically, it's about the same air pressure that you use to blow out a candle. Now, right now, we are going to make a simple cup, a color cup. The reason this is being utilized or being used is this cup that we're making will make the handles in our tray. We need to produce 2 handles, and so that mass of glass or those handles will be created using the glass that we have. Now, with our cup of glass, the team in the center is gathering the mass of glass that will be used to stuff this cup that we're creating. The reason that we are using this technique is because we want the color to be on the outside of the mass and not on the inside. This is a subtle change, but this way we can hide all the clear glass on the inside of this cup. Welcome back. Dude, it's been forever, man. How you been? It's good, dude. Good to see you. Well, I've brought out a small cup. This is not the same scale that we're working with, but essentially Gabe in the center, he is gathering the mass of glass that will fill the inside of this cup. And this just takes experience as a glass maker. You just have to eyeball how much volume fits on the inside. So Gabe, what are you thinking, man? How many more gathers? How many more gathers to fill the cup? Just one more gather. All right, one more gathering. We should have enough mass to fill our cup. Now, the team on that left, again, it's a simple cup, a colored cup. We transfer it on a new rod to begin to work on the opposite end. The chambers that we're using to make the glass more malleable are called a glory hole. I have no idea where that name comes from. It's just the name that it's been given. And it's about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And how I mentioned earlier, these ovens are turned off at night to save energy. So for our audience that's joining us right now, we are working with some orange colored glass. The orange glow that it has now isn't really accurate, and we can show more of its accurate color later on as it cools down. Once again, what we're doing now is we're hiding all the clear glass that we're working with on the inside. We could do this a different way, but you would see all that clear glass on the outside, and that's not what we want for our platter that we're making here today. Once again, we are making a plate with handles on it, and we want to hide all that clear glass. Gabe is now taking his final layer of clear molten glass. We've laid out a ring on the floor. That is where our cup will be placed. And if you're on the top balcony, you'll get a really good view of this technique. Well, Manny, one of our glass makers, has some Kevlar gloves. We're going to go ahead and break that cup off right on the ground. And then here we go with the stuffing. All right, Gabe, let's stuff that. Now, what makes this so difficult is that if we make a sudden movement and we nick the sides of the cup, a giant air bubble is trapped immediately and might as well start all over again because we will not be able to remove that bubble. Well, let's check in on Gabe and how this stuff went. For our audience that's joining us, once again, we are making a platter with handles. We have an image down here. Later on, I will walk around and show that drawing, the illustration, for our audience to view. Right now, we're ensuring that our cup and our massive glass have sealed together permanently. Now on this end of the Hot Shop studio, we have a pipe cooler. This is just cold water that we place on the rod to ensure that we can maintain control over the rod. So the demonstration will now be occurring in the center of the studio. The top balcony is always a great place to view what's going on. It's actually my favorite place to hang out. So if I'm not down here, I'm typically up there. Now we have various shaping tools available to a glass maker, from steel tools, wooden tools, and even just the Wall Street Journal newspaper. This is a great shaping tool, and it's the closest we can get to actually touching the glass without burning ourselves. At this time, I want to walk around with our illustration, our drawing. That massive glass will be split in half because we need to create two handles using the same color. So if we see that right here, we are working on the handles part first. We will focus on the plate later on. What we're focused on right now is the handles that we see. Well, let's go back to our demonstration. The majority of the mass has been put back into the garage. Again, the garage being a temporary oven where we can store glass and prevent it from breaking or cracking. With the mass that we have left, we're gonna make the other elements part of our platter. What we're focused on is one handle right now. So we're gonna take it step by step, one piece at a time, and then eventually everything will be joined together. So Courtney Branham on our left-hand side is working on this handle, and we're going to see what techniques he uses to manipulate this and create an evenly drawn out mass of glass. In the squirt bottles, we just have some plain old H2O, nothing too special. What we're doing here is we're cooling down the clear glass. Now, just like walking outside on a sunny day with a black t-shirt or white t-shirt, you will absorb energy at different rates. Colored glass is very similar. Clear glass wants to absorb a lot of energy very quickly, but that orange glass takes more time. So when we heat it up inside of our glory hole, that clear glass begins to move a lot faster than the orange. So to counteract that, we can just use a little bit of water. Now we also use water on the very tip. That's because the glory hole we use, it has an uneven heat. The tip of the glass is the first thing to enter and the last thing to leave. So no matter what we do, the tip will always be hotter. So by using a little bit of water, we can once again counteract the glory hole. And here we go with our first handle. Courtney needs to make one more of these once this is completed. Now, in our little loop right here, there's a lot of glass that we're going to remove off of it. We just want a small portion of that. All right, well, the first handle is completed. It will now enter the garage where it will stay warm at approximately 900 degrees until we are ready to attach it to our bigger piece. Now, for our audience that didn't get to see how color is applied, we are going to be showing that here shortly. This is that same orange color that we are using, and we are going to drop this on a bubble, and that bubble will ultimately become the plate or the handles will be applied. Now we are going to take precautions of removing impurities, removing metal that may have stuck to the glass, so that does not end up on our finished sculpture. Now the way that we're going to use this color is we have Manny, who's gathered a little bit of glass on the end of a blowpipe. What Manny is doing now is he's shaping that massive glass into a nice home, a nice foundation for our bubble to be introduced to. There's two ways we can introduce a bubble. We can stand here and blow our lungs out until eventually we build up enough pressure to pierce the massive glass, or we could use science. We could pressurize the blowpipe, a lot of air is blown. We place our finger over that hole, it has no place to go but to pierce the massive glass due to the pressure and heat that's created instantly. And that's really like the advanced way that we introduce the air bubble. Now that we have a nice home, a nice foundation for our bubble, Nick on this end is heating up the solid color, and we want that color to drop as like a water droplet, all in one. We don't want to feed this massive glass. We want all the color in one heat. If you didn't get to see how the first handle was created and pulled, that will be happening here in the center of the studio. Now the difficult part is matching it, making it look just exactly like the last handle. After all, glass blowing is all one of a kind. Now each team member here is playing a specific role in today's demonstration, and at one point in the demonstration, everyone's talent will be utilized. All right, Manny, you ready to drop it like it's hot? All right. The top balcony is always a great place to view what's going on. We're going to see the coloring application. Manny goes straight up and down. And again, we want all our color to drop evenly. Now, the difficult thing about applying color is that it's hard to make it all even. It just takes a lot of time, a lot of practice to be able to ensure that that color will blow out evenly. Now, it's all really about how we spread it. So Manny begins to spread that color, and then he will take another heat and then spread it using one of the steel tables. Now, if Manny pushes too much color to one side, we will have a dense part of orange color on one side. It's not going to be even and symmetrical. So all around the hot shop, we have what's called a marver or marvering table. That's the steel table that we use to shape the glass. Although it may be good for sitting, it's actually better to shape the glass. The term marver comes that traditionally these tables were made out of a solid slab of marble. Nowadays we use steel due to various reasons like the price point of marble. Now that our solid color is all around our bubble, we can go back to ensuring that our mass will blow out evenly. And so once again, Courtney Branham has the handles, while Manny Castro is making what will be the platter that the handles are placed on. Now, by letting that core cool down, Manny's ensuring that he can just gather more glass. And you'll notice, Manny's not in a rush to gather. That is because we're trying to work smarter instead of harder. That hot glass, when added to the surface, will make everything more difficult. We have a furnace at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's like a giant tub filled of molten material. It's due to the viscosity of the glass, its thickness, that allows us to collect it on contact. And you'll see the steps are very similar after a gather. Another wooden block is used. As the mass gets larger, we have a larger wooden block to accommodate its size. And the wooden block is typically our best friend. It's going to ensure that our mass of glass will blow out like a balloon and not like a potato, a wonky. We don't want a potato. That's no good in glass blowing. And for our audience joining us, we welcome you to the Museum of Glass. I see a few members out in our audience. So at this moment, we like to stop and thank our members for supporting the Museum of Glass. We appreciate all our members here at the museum. So thank you so much. Memberships go back and support the museum, not just our visiting artists program, but our Hot Shop Heroes, who are veterans from Joint Base Lewis McChord suffering from brain trauma and post-traumatic stress disorder, use glass blowing as a therapy. So this studio becomes their studio twice a week. We are also partnership with UW Tacoma. On Mondays, this studio becomes a class for the students to use. So you'll notice that Gabe keeps going back to that wooden block. It's because Gabe may have noticed that that bubble doesn't look like a balloon yet. He may feel like it still looks like a potato. Blow. Off. Blow. Off. Blow. Off. I'm just waiting to make sure Gabe doesn't need me to blow. Blow. Off. So when we're sitting on this end, we're just standing by to blow air. Specifically in the top balcony, you can hear the communication. You can hear our gaffer Gabe saying blow. He may sometimes say blow hard or blow gentle. That's just going to dictate the amount of air flowing through the blowpipe. Now, this is one of my favorite moves in the whole glass blowing process. Takes a lot of technique, takes a lot of practice to be able to do this. But our bubble, we are now going to separate what will be the usable glass from the steel rod. Now, I know what you're thinking. Our bubble doesn't look anything like a plate yet, but we're already thinking ahead of the process by creating the break-off point. To do so, we use a tool called the jacks, and we call this constriction the jack line, or the neckline. We use wooden paddles to shield our gaffer Gabe from the radiating heat coming off the glass. Since hot air rises in that area, it's going to be extremely hot. Now the glass blowing process can truly resume into the next phase. Again, up to this point, just want to make sure that there's a place that we can separate what will be the plate of glass. Now, if you're joining us here today, welcome to the Museum of Glass. Thank you so much for joining us this lovely Thursday evening. We do have our visiting artist, Don Cerny, taking over our museum for these next few days, today being the second day of a 5-day residency, which will conclude on Sunday with the lecture at 2 p.m. If you can't join us in person, you can always join us online or through the web, where we will live stream her lecture of the artwork that was explored here during this residency. Now, the artwork that's explored during these next few days will be shown later on at the Oxbow Project Space in March. That's just about, I would say, maybe 1-2 hours north of here, in Georgetown. So once again, it's going to be at the Oxbow Project Space in March. Do we have any questions from our audience? Any questions? Right now will be a really good time, but if not, sit back, relax, enjoy the museum. This will be our last piece before we take our lunch break. Do want to show what we're working on for all our audience. plate right now. We already have made the handles. They're sitting in the oven. Later on, we can bring them out and attach them. At 1 o'clock, we'll try to aim for that, but we might take a later lunch. It's completely fine. So typically we try to take our lunch at 1 o'clock, but I don't think we're gonna finish this project in 15 minutes. So we'll take a later lunch. It's completely fine. We will work on this project however long it needs to take. Sometimes our projects take a few hours, sometimes they take the full day. It is what it is. This is one of the highest levels of professional glassmaking, so we don't settle here at the Museum of Glass. Whenever we're applying pressure to our bubble, we are careful not to deflate or collapse the bubble. For that reason, on this end, we place our finger or our palm over the blowpipe hole, because if we press on that, the bubble's just going to collapse. Exactly. Now, these pads that we're using is just a very dense layer of cork. Well, our gaffer is now called for a punty. The punty is the transfer rod, and it's what's going to give us the ability to begin to work on the opposite end. Now with this transfer rod, we squeeze down another jack line, another constriction that we can exploit later on in the demonstration. With a little bit of water on the previous jack line, it creates a stress point, and with the slight tap, it can be broken free. Actually, in this case, Gabe is just using a file, not water. So that's enough to quickly chill the glass and cause it to break. Now, I know what you're thinking. Yo, that doesn't look like a plate or like a drawing at all, but just give them a little bit. We are going to begin to use centrifugal force to open the walls of our piece. Again, each team member is playing a specific role. Our visiting artist is closely standing by to view what's going on, making sure everything is made at her specifications and images. We then have our gaffer. The gaffer is the person in charge, that is Gabe. Followed by the gaffer, we have the pole turner. In this case, it is Manny Castro. His job is to give the adequate heat that our gaffer has called for. And essentially, everyone that you see here is going to be utilized at one point in the demonstration. Now, typically, glassblowing is a group process. It is possible to work by yourself, but it becomes a lot more difficult. Typically, here at the museum, we always have a minimum of 3 team members working on our hot shop floor. So I'm going to wait for the torch to come off. So right now at this moment, we're slowly building the heat. We want to open our plate up in one heat, but we're still, that mass of glass is just not quite there. We're using a propane torch to heat up certain areas that we know are colder right now, like the shoulders, the high spots in our piece. We know that that's not absorbing as much heat right now, and so Gabe is counteracting that by preheating that area, and then also using the wet padded newspapers to cool down the areas that are getting hotter. So our gaffer has been saving his energy for the critical moments of today's demonstration. If you want to show your friends or your family something unique you saw here, this might be a great moment to hit record on your smartphone or camera. We're still not done, by the way. We need to add 2 handles onto each side. So stay tuned, everyone. It's okay, we're gonna have a late lunch, but we're still gonna keep at it. Here at the museum, we don't settle. If it doesn't look right on the rod, it's not gonna look right in our hands, so might as well start all over. We're gonna continue working on this till it's nothing less than perfect.
You're gonna have to come from the inside, Court. We'll flash one more time and then come over for the mark.
So we have various flames that we're using here. The propane torch is about 2,500 degrees, and then the small torch we're using here it really packs a punch. It's the hottest piece of equipment on this hot shop floor. Although that flame may be small, it's about 4,500 degrees, hot enough to boil away the clear glass or even burn away the orange color that we're working with. So for today's demonstration, this is the first time we've ever really done something like this. So unfortunately, we can't Google how to make this. There's no instructions. It's all coming from our experience that the team has. Now we're going to heat up both ends, just ensuring that there's enough heat for both masses to stick together permanently, because there's a difference, because you can join the glass, but it may fall off later if there's not enough heat applied. Now, this is pretty much how we roll and operate here at the Museum of Glass. We're not here to sell you glass, by the way. Although if you purchase some from our store, it all goes back and funds the museum. But we are here to push the limits of glass as a medium, as an art form. So we are always doing one-of-a-kind pieces here in this studio. And this is really how we operate. If you join us next week, we're probably going to be doing another crazy project that's out of the box. The kids design glass piece. So the kids design glass piece, I believe it's done on the last weekend of the month. Well, there goes one. The hard part is matching the second one, I would say. Once again, there's no instructions on how to make this. This is all coming from the experience of our hot shop team, our professional team. The way that the Museum of Glass works is artisans from across the globe are able to apply to our museum. If you are chosen, you are granted up to 5 days with this professional hot shop crew that can make anything your heart desires out of glass. Today's Hot Shop team includes our gaffer, Gabe Feenan, Manny Castro, Paul Turner, and then Courtney Branham on our far left-hand side. This makes up our Museum of Glass Hot Shop staff. Joining us here today for our special demonstration, we also are joined by Nick Clausen, a very talented local glassmaker. Oh, wow. I just learned a lot more about our project here. There's a lot of excess glass on the bottom. We're going to remove some of that excess glass because we want this plate to be able to stand on 4 points. We are going to remove that later on once the handle, the last handle, is added. And I do want to give a heads up, the color that you see now is not 100% accurate. It will be an orange color when cooled down. Right now, it's the heat that's really distorting the color that we're working with. It really doesn't matter what color. Now, it is going to be a lot more brighter orange than what we see now. Any, do we have any questions from our audience? Any questions at this time? It looks like we can get burned really bad down here. So some of the protective precautions we take here at the museum. This includes what we wear. We like to wear natural fibers like cotton. We don't allow polyester here in our studio, like basketball shorts. That's really bad because that will melt to your skin when you're working and you have to go to the doctor after that. Another precaution we take is eyewear. We just need something to protect our beautiful eyes, whatever that is. It could be prescription or safety glasses. In this case, we are wearing gloves. That's just to give us a protective layer. But most of the time, you'll notice that they're not wearing protective gear like that. That's because gloves can restrict our dexterity and our movement. Most of the times, they can annoy us more than they can actually assist us. But burns themselves, I would say those are pretty rare. I like to joke around that we get burned on our payday if we want to leave early, but in reality, these are all trained professionals. Do not try this at home. Very quickly, our team, or most of them, have been working with glass for over 20 plus years. Our main hot shop staff, that is. Now, the most common way we burn ourselves it's not the actual hot glass or the chambers, it's the tools that touch the hot glass. That is what we need to worry about because those do burn us more often than anything else. Well, as this process continues, I do want to talk about our iconic cone shaped structure we have. Our building was designed by world renowned architect Arthur D. Erickson. His inspiration for our building came from the wigwam burners or incinerators that used to scatter our area. Now, Tacoma was founded on a logging town. We were the logging capital of the globe with over 73 lumber mills in our small area. And the lumber industry would burn a lot of excess wood in a burner very similar to what we are in now. And that is where the inspiration came from for this building. Now, I do not know if our architect knew that there is buildings like this, a cone-shaped structure in Europe built for glass blowing because it is a very functional shape. But once again, I do not know if our architect knew that or not. Either way, we've added a giant fan at the top to accelerate the hot air rising. If you would like to learn more about Tacoma's history, I would recommend walking across Tacoma's waterfront, especially on a lovely day like today. It is just fantastic. And there's information panels across the waterfront where you can learn more about Tacoma's history, but I highly recommend it. There is restaurants and it's just a magic way to experience Tacoma. And fun fact, Tacoma has one of the largest shipping ports in North America. I see our visiting artist has given a thumbs up. Yeah, we're excited. Now, the last step that we will take is to eliminate the stress in the glass. If it's left out in the open, it's going to get too cold too quickly. It's going to break, crack, or even explode. When we look at the history of glass, oh man, melting sand into glass, that was easy. It was preventing it from breaking that took us the longest period in history. Nowadays, we know better. The Egyptians struggled, but we know better. On our right-hand side, we have an annealer with the green number 4. This oven is sitting at 890 degrees, and it'll be the home of everything that's produced here today. It will slowly make its way back to room temperature over the period of the next 12 and a half hours. So around lunchtime tomorrow, yeah, definitely pushing a late lunch tomorrow, we can open our annealer and view our finished artwork. The artwork that's made here will be shown at the Oxbow Project Space in later March. Once again, it will be at the Oxbow Project Space. Can we give a round of applause to our visiting artist, Don, and the Museum of Glass? Can we give them another round of applause? They've been working very long and hard. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Dawn will be concluding her residency this Sunday at 2 p.m. with a lecture. You can join us in person or online through the web, through both our YouTube channel and our website. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this lovely Thursday. We will be returning in approximately 1 hour to continue our demonstration. I will stick around and answer any last few questions that we may have, but if you're heading out of here, have a wonderful Thursday afternoon.
My name is Paul Cunningham, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. My work is mainly vessel-oriented. If it's about anything, it's the act of blowing glass and sort of a contrast in surface decoration. I like to use the whole rainbow of colors, from bright colors to black and white to the earth tones. Inspiration comes a lot from ceramic form. I've been doing a bunch of research about clay pieces that have been made mostly within the last 30 years, nothing too far back.
What are those guys for? And the nose, I'm gonna put the bigger color over the smaller color. We'll make kind of a long bubble, and I'll neck down most of it, punny that up and store it here. And that'll be the bottom of these Sciarpa pieces that we'll make.
This week I plan on approaching a series that I used to work on, that I've worked on in the past just a little bit. It's called Sciarpa. It means scarf in Italian. And it deals with the process of joining 3 different bubbles together and making a non-traditional forms out of them. That's the first thing I'd like to do. The second thing I'd like to do is continue where I left off. Last time I had my week here 3 years ago, I worked with a bunch of different of the glass color rods like you see here. I reheat them back up and make little squares out of them and then lay them out in sort of a mosaic pattern, and along with some other real linear details made out of glass that I affix to the pieces, and then make some real simple shapes out of them. Actually, they're more like a bowl shape. Those are the two main things that I'd like to do this week.
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
first thing I developed was the hat form. That was one of the most obvious sort of glass-blown things, because we all make bowls that, you know, flare out like that. If you flip it upside down, it's a hat. So it became sort of a canvas for transferring the design onto the glass. And what I didn't even realize and discovered purely by accident was, you know, we placed this hat form under a light, you know, coming directly down. All of a sudden these shadows appeared, you know, underneath the bowl, and it's like a perfect registration of the design in a shadow form. And so I like to think of that as almost like a spirit within the piece. I guess I got a lot of recognition for what I was doing as, you know, being a Native American artist. And at that time, there just wasn't very many people doing it. And that maybe planted the seed in my head, you know, to sort of maybe connect it in the end with my cultural roots. It was a real evolution from, you know, my glassblowing skills to the designing skills and trying to make it look like Northwest Coast art. I really had to reinvent myself in terms of understanding the design work. And the deeper I got into that, the more I realized I needed to learn. I started taking workshops with other people who were teaching the form line style. I had to really kind of understand the context of the designs and how they related to the mythologies. The salmon piece is going to be, you know, we'll sculpt this form, and then after the piece is cooled, then I'll add this kind of a design work. This is kind of stylized Northwest Coast design. I have a natural connection to glass, you know, because I've been doing it for 35 years. And I really wanted to just see how far I could go with it. And so I continue to work primarily in glass because there's a lot of stuff to explore. My journey to, you know, connecting the culture to my understanding of it has been a real transformation for me, because in the end it's really about community and family. I think once you become a keeper of cultural knowledge, it becomes a responsibility. I like to try to represent my tribe and my community. That's why, you know, I don't dabble in other people's cultural style. When I do that, it's always collaboratively, so I'm trying to bring people over into the glass world by collaborating with them and showing an example of what can be done, because I have the skills to do it. It's exciting to see, because I think that in the end, it sort of reflects a cultural perspective, and in my opinion, you know, what better place to operate from than this connection? You know, you have this history, and I feel like if I were successful with my work, I would just be, you know, inspiring the next generation to do something in their own way. Because a few years ago, I had my first solo show here at the Museum of Glass, but, you know, I'm currently working on an exhibition called Raven in the Box of Daylight. It's going to be opening up in 2017. As you walk through the exhibition, you'll get sort of a thread of the story about Raven, who brought the sun and the moon and the stars to the world and gave it to mankind as a gift. You know, to make a living as an artist is really pretty special. To sort of solidify in the consciousness of the collectors, you know, people that support the artwork, that glass is an accepted material. I mean, sometimes we have these kind of cultural corrals that we're kept in, you know, in terms of, well, this is traditional and this is contemporary. And I think that we're trying to break down those barriers a bit. Yahoo!
Optic molds are used by glassblowers to create textures and patterns in blown glass. Nowadays, most optic molds are made from aluminum. but in the good old days, they were often made from cast bronze. They come in different shapes and sizes, depending on their desired effect. To begin, a bubble is formed and is shaped into the rough contour of the inside of the optic mold. The bubble is then heated, inserted into the mold, and blown with force. The resulting bubble can then be shaped into whatever form the artist desires. Today we're going to make an optic twist cup. So the bubble is held at the end while the pipe is rolled on the bench. This creates a spiraling pattern in the glass. The cup is blown to form, puntied up on the bottom, trimmed, and then opened up.
Dante and I have been talking for a while about the idea of taking one of his patterns and putting it in the membrane of one of my pieces.
I make patterns for my own work in advance, so I had half a dozen of them or so in the studio. It's the end of my glassblowing season, so I thought it was a good opportunity for us to try some stuff together in a sort of low-pressure environment.
Really, the design of the piece and the style of the sculpture is mine. It's a John Kiley thing. The pattern in the middle is totally Dante. Good. Well, the attachment, the critical part takes probably about 3 seconds. And it's an all or nothing thing, particularly when you have a pattern. Dante in some of these patterns has maybe 10, 15 hours of work between pulling cane, laying out the pattern, and making it. So we have one chance to make a really good shot so we don't cover up the pattern or trap bubbles, and the temperature has to be perfect.
The way he thought up these pieces that he makes was pretty clever. I've literally never really watched him execute these pieces. I would look at him and go like, wow, how did he do that? It's been good for me to see it because it informs my perspective on what else could be done. People are starting to collaborate is sort of newish. In the sense that, we're like two people are signing their names that aren't like a couple. And it makes a lot of sense. It's just to spin a slow boat. You gotta it has to be sincere.
My name is Henry Johnson. I'm 12 years old. I enjoy music and art. The week the Museum of Glass opened, my parents became members, and I've been going there since I was born.
Henry's our oldest child, and from the beginning he liked to design things because he would come up with plans and build things and figure out how things work.
Exposing our kids early to art is a big priority in our family.
I really enjoyed the Glass Museum at all ages. Like when I was younger, it was just cool. So there's like fire and
not only exposing them to art, but also to actually watch real artists making art.
Kids Design Glass is a program at the Museum of Glass where you're able to draw a picture and give it a name and a story about it. And then if your drawing is selected, it will be made into a piece of glass. Ever since I could really move a pen in my hand, I've been just doing drawings for the Kids Design Glass.
The kids, they get into the studio and they've got to come up with this idea because they really want their design to be chosen. It's helping trigger that initiative for kids. It's really making them think differently instead of something being spoon-fed to them. They're coming up with this original idea.
How many Kids Design Glass drawings do you think you've done?
30 to 40 drawings at least. Yeah. I was talking to him, he thinks it's a lot more than that, but I would say probably around 50.
Like 124 or something. Every time I go to the glass museum, to get there, I go over the bridge, and I always walk under the bridge of glass.
Bridge of glass is secretly a car. I think that's what I
Kind of just looked at the bridge of glass and thought, what else could it be?
It was just out there, you know, that if you kept doing it, maybe, maybe you'd get chosen.
Glass. I'm going to put all these, I'm assuming these are all the little things.
Gabe told me that they're like excited that it would be like fun to make the pieces of glass in the bottom of the bridge.
And I think there's a lot of mystery about art for kids. They only see the final product. You know, they might go to a museum, but they don't really know how it became the piece that it is. And I mean, I think it's the neatest thing I've ever seen any museum do.
I think the coolest part of them creating my piece was they take clear glass, roll it in different color shards to create the pieces on the bottom of the bridge of glass.
So they're treating these kids who did these designs like world-class glass artists. Like they're the visiting artists, and they might be 12, but they're the artists, and they want to make sure that they're doing it exactly how that child envisioned it.
My drawing being selected for the Kids Design Glass program gave me confidence and pushed me to become like part of the Jason Lee Middle School Glass program.
I knew it.
What do you think, Henry?
I knew it would work.
He's so excited. So he's going to start doing the Hilltop Artist program, where Monday through Thursday after school he'll go and he'll work in the hot shop.
Really enjoy like watching glass come together into pieces of glass, and like to be able to do that myself. I really wanted to like fulfill that.
It all started with that exposure, really young, to the glass museum.
It'd be really easy for a museum to only focus on professional artists not get involved in the kids, but
Whoa.
the Museum of Glass is creating a whole many generations of people who love art and are connected and feel like art's something they can do.
I'm Nancy Callan from Seattle, Washington. Glass is so mysterious and so fluid and it just sucks you in. Wanting to like just do the best you can do and make the coolest things you can make is like probably the biggest driving force for me. It's really hard work, but it's so much fun. And you know, you're surrounded by people that you love and people that just want you to succeed. It's been a really great year for me in the way of doing different residencies, also teaching, and just meeting a lot of really great people, and end up feeling the freedom of just being on my own too, and just making my own work. It's really great.
Ready?
I started making wall panels. It's an old technique of where you blow a cylinder, you cut it open, and you slump it open.
And then we do a slice down the middle. Put it in the kiln, standing up. When it's up to temperature, we lay it down and kind of coax this open.
And really what I'm thinking about is patterns. And so far, I've just kept it to black and white. And I have a graphic design background, and this is really like kicking into my graphics design, side of me. And I started keeping a sketchbook, and then I just started thinking about, well, why not put the designs on, flat panels, see them flat, and it would be like pages in my sketchbook, and it would be like a documentation of all these patterns. So that's kind of where the idea started developing. Also, it's kind of a nice way to just experiment with the patterns and designs and not have to think about the form. It's very freeing to be able to just put it down and make a cylinder. So I've been really excited about them, and I feel like I'm just starting.
fabricate a scale model float plane out of glass takes tremendous effort. Figuring out the exact proportions of the propeller, the length of the body versus the wingspan were all extremely difficult. The Legacy project started off as a collaboration between the Museum of Glass and the Murdoch Charitable Trust. We were commissioned to design and fabricate a glass airplane to commemorate Jack Murdoch. We started by overlaying 2 contrasting colors of glass that would later show the design elements in the plane. We're working with the glass at a temperature of over 1500 degrees. We create a small color cup to allow for a nice even distribution of color. The colored cup was then stuffed with clear glass to give us enough mass to make the body or the fuselage of the plane. Glassblowing is a team effort. Here at the Museum of Glass, we're unique in that this team has been working together for over 10 years. Each member of our team played a specific role in the creation of the plane. We use a variety of tools to shape and design the body. As you can see here, we're using some cork paddles to rough it out. The body is then transferred to yet another blowpipe so we can finish up the tail of the fuselage. Using those same cork paddles, we give the bottom of the plane a gentle curve before it's put away. After the plane is finished being formed, it's put away into an annealing oven to cool for several days. Once the fuselage was made, we moved on to making the pontoons. We decided we needed to fabricate a steel mold to allow us to make multiples. In order to have the pontoons match the plane, we used the same white color bar. This time, it is solid. The solid glass is then heated up to approximately 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then it's pressed into a steel mold. The pontoons are then put into another annealing oven to cool down. In our cold shop, the fuselage of the plane is now being ground or sanded down to remove any unwanted material. We then taped off the plane, and using our sandblaster, we revealed the tail numbers, the windows, and the pinstripes on the fuselage of the plane. The sandblasting process is often very rewarding, as the color is quickly revealed, bringing life to the aircraft. After being sandblasted, the planes were then returned to the cold shop to be cleaned up and polished. The wings, the vertical and the horizontal stabilizers were all water jet cut out of handmade sheet glass, again made from the same white color to match the body of the plane. Once the glass parts were finished, we fabricated a small steel structure to hold the pontoons to the body of the plane. The nose cone was turned on a lathe while the propeller was carved out of a sheet of steel to make a fully functional propeller. Now that we have all the parts of our plane, it was brought back to the cold shop where the assembly began. The vertical and horizontal stabilizers were notched out to fit the tail of the plane, while the wing was glued into place. The gluing process takes many hours. We start with 2 clean surfaces, apply the glue, and it sits for over 72 hours before a full cure. It was an honor and a challenge to work on the Legacy project for the Murdoch Charitable Trust.
For me, the draw with glass is that even though you're working with the same material every single day, it's different. Every time you work with it, it's a little different, depending on what colors you used, how hot it is, even what mood you're in. It feels different.
The sky's the limit. It's your imagination that takes control of what you do.
First glass experience was really, I was on a school bus and I was like in 6th grade, I think.
When I was probably in 7th grade, I was going on the bus.
And someone stepped on the school bus with a glass elephant.
And this kid walked in with this really big, pretty vase, and I was like, "Where'd you guys do that at?"
And I was so amazed. I was like, "Oh my God, where did you get that?" I was so amazed. That was like the first time I ever seen like a piece of glass blowing.
And he told me, and I got on my schedule. I got glass blowing on my schedule the next day.
My friend Deshaun told me about the glass program that he did after school, so I signed up for the daytime class.
In middle school, I loved art.
Art itself, you get to like do stuff that ordinary people don't do.
It's like, let's touch hot stuff, and I think that's kind of fun.
I've always tried drawing stuff like cars and stuff, never really worked, but then I found glass blowing, and that was an actual art that I could understand and do.
I thought I'd just be like sticking to sports and football, but no, glass blowing.
Here we're working on a project for a fundraiser.
We're making centerpieces for the Better Future Luncheon.
Every year we make a special set of centerpieces for that.
It involves 2 color drops. There's one bench working on the top piece and then another working on the bottom.
Working with the museum people is always cool because they teach you new things.
It's cool, like Gabe and the crew, like they give you pointers and tips.
Glassworking, I think it teaches, teamwork is the main thing. And that, just this morning I had to talk to him about, we're all on the same team and, we're all working towards a similar goal, so we all help each other out.
They're really good at it because they do it all like every day. So they're showing them these amazing techniques that a lot of kids haven't seen before, and they're just kind of blown away. And you can see the kid light up and the staff member light up at the same time. They're both excited about it, and it's working out.
I mean, when you first meet them and you're working with them to begin with, you're a little intimidated. You don't want to mess up and make their lives any harder. But once you start to get more comfortable around them, you really start picking up things. Even if they don't say it, just by watching them, you can see how they marver or how they use the jacks in many different ways, and it really helps. You just pick up things without even thinking about it.
They look up to all the MOG team and everything, so when they're down there, they just got wide eyes and they're so excited.
Like, they're the best glass blowers in the world here, so just getting to work with them and even on the same floor with them is just amazing and great.
It's pretty cool that they look up to me, and like yesterday, I think 4 or 5 of them, they were saying, "Man, Gabe is filthy." I guess filthy means, I'm pretty cool or something, so.
There's living proof that this program works. I grew up in a very, very difficult household to grow up in, yet this program kept me together. It helped me become who I am. My name is David Rios.
My name is Julian.
My name is Avery Paz.
Jordan Lavelle.
Dante.
I'm Sam.
I'm Deshaun Hutchinson.
Rogelio Castellanos.
James Downey.
Tanner Martin.
I'm Tate Waller.
We are Hilltop Artists. We are Hilltop Artists. Hilltop Artists.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300-degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
My name is Paul Cunningham, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. My work is mainly vessel-oriented. If it's about anything, it's the act of blowing glass and sort of a contrast in surface decoration. I like to use the whole rainbow of colors, from bright colors to black and white to the earth tones. Inspiration comes a lot from ceramic form. I've been doing a bunch of research about clay pieces that have been made mostly within the last 30 years, nothing too far back. What are those guys for? And then those, I'm going to put the bigger color over the smaller color. We'll make kind of a long bubble, and I'll neck down most of it, punny that up, and store it here. And that'll be the bottom of these Sciarpa pieces that we'll make. This week I plan on approaching a series that I used to work on, that I've worked on in the past just a little bit. It's called Sciarpa. It means scarf in Italian. And it deals with the process of joining 3 different bubbles together and making a non-traditional forms out of them. That's the first thing I'd like to do. The second thing I'd like to do is continue where I left off. Last time I had my week here 3 years ago, I worked with a bunch of different of the glass color rods like you see here. I reheat them back up and make little squares out of them, and then lay them out in sort of a mosaic pattern, and along with some other real linear details made out of glass that I affix to the pieces, and then make some real simple shapes out of them. Actually, they're more like a bowl shape. Those are the 2 main things that I'd like to do this week.
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other 2 main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
first thing I developed was the hat form. That was one of the most obvious sort of glass blown things, because we all make bowls that, you know, flare out like that. If you flip it upside down, it's a hat. So it became sort of a canvas for transferring the design onto the glass. And what I didn't even realize and discovered purely by accident was, you know, we placed this hat form under a light, you know, coming directly down. All of a sudden these shadows appeared, you know, underneath the bowl, and it's like a perfect registration of the design in a shadow form. And so I like to think of that as almost like a spirit within the piece. I guess I got a lot of recognition for what I was doing as, you know, being a Native American artist. And at that time there just wasn't very many people doing it. And that maybe planted the seed in my head, you know, to sort of maybe connect it in the end with my cultural roots. It was a real evolution from, you know, my glassblowing skills to the designing skills and trying to make it look like Northwest Coast art. I really had to reinvent myself in terms of understanding the design work. And the deeper I got into that, the more I realized I needed to learn. I started taking workshops with other people who were teaching the form line style. I had to really kind of understand the context of the designs and how they related to the mythologies. The salmon piece is going to be, you know, we'll sculpt this form, and then after the piece is cooled, then I'll add this kind of a design work, this kind of stylized Northwest Coast design. I have a natural connection to glass, you know, because I've been doing it for 35 years. And I really wanted to just see how far I could go with it. And so I continue to work primarily in glass because there's a lot of stuff to explore. My journey to, you know, connecting the culture to my understanding of it has been a real transformation for me, because in the end it's really about community and family. I think once you become a keeper of cultural knowledge, it becomes a responsibility. I like to try to represent my tribe and my community. That's why, you know, I don't dabble in other people's cultural style. When I do that, it's always collaboratively, so I'm trying to bring people over into the glass world by collaborating with them and showing an example of what can be done, because I have the skills to do it. It's exciting to see, because I think that in the end, it sort of reflects a cultural perspective, and in my opinion, you know, what better place to operate from than this connection? You know, you have this history, and I feel like if I'm successful with my work, I would just be, you know, inspiring the next generation to do something in their own way. A few years ago, I had my first solo show here at the Museum of Glass, but, you know, I'm currently working on an exhibition called Raven in the Box of Daylight. It's going to be opening up in 2017. As you walk through the exhibition, you'll get sort of a thread of the story about Raven, who brought the sun and the moon and the stars to the world and gave it to mankind as a gift. You know, to make a living as an artist is really pretty special. To sort of solidify in the consciousness of the collectors, you know, people that support the artwork, that glass is an accepted material. I mean, sometimes we have these kind of cultural corrals that we're kept in, you know, in terms of, well, this is traditional and this is contemporary. And I think that we're trying to break down those barriers a bit. Yahoo!
Optic molds are used by glassblowers to create textures and patterns in blown glass. Nowadays, most optic molds are made from aluminum. but in the good old days, they were often made from cast bronze. They come in different shapes and sizes, depending on their desired effect. To begin, a bubble is formed and is shaped into the rough contour of the inside of the optic mold. The bubble is then heated, inserted into the mold, and blown with force. The resulting bubble can then be shaped into whatever form the artist desires. Today we're going to make an optic twist cup. So the bubble is held at the end while the pipe is rolled on the bench. This creates a spiraling pattern in the glass. The cup is blown to form, puntied up on the bottom, trimmed, and then opened up.
Dante and I have been talking for a while about the idea of taking one of his patterns and putting it in the membrane of one of my pieces.
I make patterns for my own work in advance. So I had half a dozen of them or so in the studio. It's the end of my glassblowing season. So I thought it was a good opportunity for us to try some stuff together in a sort of low pressure environment.
Really, the design of the piece and the style of the sculpture is mine. It's a John Kiley thing. The pattern in the middle is totally Dante. Good. Well, the attachment, the critical part takes probably about 3 seconds, and it's an all or nothing thing, particularly when you have a pattern. Dante in some of these patterns has maybe 10, 15 hours of work between pulling cane, laying out the pattern, and making it. So we have one chance to make a really good shot so we don't cover up the pattern or trap bubbles, and the temperature has to be perfect.
The way he thought up these pieces that he makes was pretty clever. I've literally never really watched him execute these pieces. I would look at him and go like, wow, how did he do that? It's been good for me to see it because it informs my perspective on what else could be done. People are starting to collaborate is sort of newish. In the sense that, we're like two people are signing their names that aren't like a couple. And it makes a lot of sense. It's just to spin a slow boat. You it has to be sincere.
My name is Henry Johnson. I'm 12 years old. I enjoy music and art. The week the Museum of Glass opened, my parents became members, and I've been going there since I was born.
Henry's our oldest child, and from the beginning he liked to design things because he would come up with plans, build things and figure out how things work.
Exposing our kids early to art is a big priority in our family.
I really enjoyed the Glass Museum at all ages. Like when I was younger, it was just cool. So there's like fire and
not only exposing them to art, but also to actually watch real artists making art.
Kids Design Glass is a program at the Museum of Glass where you're able to draw a picture and give it a name and a story about it. And then if your drawing is selected, it will be made into a piece of glass. Ever since I could really move a pen in my hand, I've been just doing drawings for the Kids Design Glass.
The kids, they get into the studio and they've got to come up with this idea because they really want their design to be chosen. It's helping trigger that initiative for kids. It's really making them think differently instead of something being spoon-fed to them. They're coming up with this original idea.
How many Kids Design Glass drawings do you think you've done?
30 to 40 drawings at least. Yeah. I was talking to him. He thinks it's a lot more than that, but I would say probably around 50.
Like 124 or something. Every time I go to the glass museum, to get there, I go over the bridge, and I always walk under the bridge of glass.
Bridge of glass is secretly a car. I think that's what
Kind of just looked at the bridge of glass and thought, what else could it be?
It was just out there, you know, that if you kept doing it, maybe, maybe you'd get chosen.
Glass. We're gonna put all these, I'm assuming these are all the little things.
Gabe told me that they're like excited that it would be like fun to make the pieces of glass in the bottom of the bridge.
And I think there's a lot of mystery about art for kids. They only see the final product, you know, or they might go to a museum, but they don't really know how it became the piece that it is. And I mean, I think it's the neatest thing I've ever seen any museum do.
I think the coolest part of them creating my piece was they take clear glass, roll it in different color shards to create the pieces on the bottom of the bridge of glass.
So they're treating these kids who did these designs like world-class glass artists. Like they're the visiting artists, and they might be 12, but they're the artists, and they want to make sure that they're doing it exactly how that child envisioned it.
My drawing being selected for the Kids Design Glass program gave me confidence and pushed me to become like part of the Jason Lee Middle School Glass program.
I knew it.
What do you think, Henry?
Henry. I knew it would have worked.
He's so excited. So he's going to start doing the Hilltop Artist program, where Monday through Thursday after school he'll go and he'll work in the hot shop.
Really enjoy like watching glass come together into pieces of glass, and like to be able to do that myself. I really wanted to like fulfill that.
It all started with that exposure, really young, to the glass museum.
It'd be really easy for a museum to only focus on professional artists not get involved in the kids, but
Whoa.
the Museum of Glass is creating many generations of people who love art and are connected and feel like art's something they can do.
I'm Nancy Callan from Seattle, Washington. Glass is so mysterious and so fluid and it just sucks you in. Wanting to like just do the best you can do and make the coolest things you can make is like probably the biggest driving force for me. It's really hard work, but it's so much fun. And you know, you're surrounded by people that you love and people that just want you to succeed. It's been a really great year for me in the way of doing different residencies, also teaching, and just meeting a lot of really great people, and feeling the freedom of just being on my own too, and just making my own work. It's really great. Ready? I started making wall panels. It's an old technique of where you blow a cylinder, you cut it open, and you slump it open. And then we do a slice down the middle, put it in the kiln, standing up. When it's up to temperature, we lay it down and kind of coax this open. And really what I'm thinking about is patterns. And so far, I've just kept it to black and white. And I have a graphic design background, and this is really like kicking into my graphics design, side of me. And I started keeping a sketchbook, and then I just started thinking about, well, why not put the designs on, flat panels, see them flat, and it would be like pages in my sketchbook, and it would be like a documentation of all these patterns. So that's kind of where the idea started developing. Also, it's kind of a nice way to just experiment with the patterns and designs and not have to think about the form. It's very freeing to be able to just put it down and make a cylinder. So I've been really excited about them, and I feel like I'm just starting.
fabricate a scale model float plane out of glass takes tremendous effort. Figuring out the exact proportions of the propeller, the length of the body versus the wingspan were all extremely difficult. The Legacy project started off as a collaboration between the Museum of Glass and the Murdoch Charitable Trust. We were commissioned to design and fabricate a glass airplane to commemorate Jack Murdoch. We started by overlaying two contrasting colors of glass that would later show the design elements in the plane. We're working with the glass at a temperature of over 1500 degrees. We create a small color cup to allow for a nice even distribution of color. The colored cup was then stuffed with clear glass to give us enough mass to make the body or the fuselage of the plane. Glassblowing is a team effort. Here at the Museum of Glass, we're unique in that this team has been working together for over 10 years. Each member of our team played a specific role in the creation of the plane. We use a variety of tools to shape and design the body. As you can see here, we're using some cork paddles to rough it out. The body is then transferred to yet another blowpipe so we can finish up the tail of the fuselage. Using those same cork paddles, we give the bottom of the plane a gentle curve before it's put away. After the plane is finished being formed, it's put away into an annealing oven to cool for several days. Once the fuselage was made, we moved on to making the pontoons. We decided we needed to fabricate a steel mold to allow us to make multiples. In order to have the pontoons match the plane, we used the same white color bar. This time, it is solid. The solid glass is then heated up to approximately 2000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then it's pressed into a steel mold. The pontoons are then put into another
Well, today is going to be an exciting day with our professional hot shop crew. We do have a professional team. They are going to be joining us here in a few minutes. But as we begin, it's totally fine. So before our hot shop crew takes over our studio, I just want to introduce the equipment that we're working with, and then later on we'll introduce what's going on and what we're going to be making here today. A major piece of equipment that we are going to be using throughout our demonstrations, and you will see our team using, are these oversized reheating chambers. We refer to these as a glory hole. Now, I have no idea where that name comes from. I just know that that's the term that's been given for hundreds of years. Now, these chambers go up to 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm going to go ahead and open the center chamber so we can experience a little bit more of that heat. It is going to get hot. Now, during the winter, it's the best time to be a glass maker, but it's almost summertime here. So, now these chambers, that's a little bit better. Now, these chambers are approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We can see that temperature. Now, they take about 1 to 2 hours to climb up to that temperature, and they are turned off at night to save energy. And our fuel source here at the museum is natural gas. Did anybody bring marshmallows? Any s'mores? Now, again, during the winter, it's the best time to be a glassmaker. But right now, it's not the winter time anymore. But luckily, the Museum of Glass has a very iconic, intriguing shape, our cone-shaped structure. We were designed by Canadian architect, world-renowned architect, Arthur D. Erickson. He's also designed the city of Vancouver. So you'll notice some similarities between the city and the Museum of Glass. Now, this building he designed after Tacoma's history. So at the very top, we have a giant fan that accelerates the hot air rising. So we are cool all year around. Now, I don't know if our architect knew that this building or buildings like this have been built in Europe for glass blowing for centuries. That I do not know, but it is a very functional cone-shaped structure. Now, our architect got this design by Tacoma's early history. So Tacoma was founded on a logging center. We had over 73 lumber mills in our small area, which made us the logging capital of the globe for a while. Now, this building, the inspiration comes from the incinerators or burners where the lumber industry would burn excess wood. Nowadays, Tacoma has moved on from the lumber industry, but this building stands as a testament to Tacoma's early history. Especially on a day like today that it's nice and beautiful, I recommend you walk across Tacoma's waterfront. There is a restaurant, there's at the end of the waterfront, there's a ice cream you can get to also. But I really recommend it. There's information panels that you can read and learn more about Tacoma's history. So another piece of equipment that we use here in our studio is our furnace. This is where this is the heart of our operation, and we have 2 of these furnaces. I think this door is kind of stuck right now, so I'm not going to play around with it. But I can open the one on our left-hand side. Now, our furnace holds approximately 1,000 pounds of this molten material behind our door. And throughout the demonstration, we will get you diagrams to simplify what's going on behind this door. Specifically on our big screen now, we can see that behind this door lies a crucible or ceramic pot. Although it just looks bright red and orange from the inside, there is a lot more going on. This piece of equipment will be the future of the Museum of Glass. It will be on for about a decade, that's right, 10 years before it's turned off. Now, the furnace on our right has been on for it was on for 8 years. It was turned off to do maintenance and will be on for a few more years before it is replaced. At this time, I would like to introduce our visiting artist and on our big screen show you some of her artwork, and that will lead us to what we are exploring here today. Taking over our studio, we have Dawn. Now, Dawn is roaming around the museum, and you'll notice that she communicates very closely with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop crew. Her artwork arranges, but one common theme is furniture and the functionality of that furniture. Now, Dawn's sculptures can be seen as an abstract response to the productive rationalism of modern times. The artwork that you're seeing here on the big screen is Dawn's first experience with glass, which was at Pilchuck Glass School a few weeks back. Actually, like last week, she just came into town from Pilchuck Glass School. Now, this is a collaborative effort between the Museum of Glass and Pilchuck Glass School on an artist residency program. So this artwork that you see on both pedestals was created there where she first began to explore this medium. Once again, she is not a glassmaker nor is trained in our medium. We have a team of professional glassmakers that will translate her ideas into an actual glass piece. Some of the pieces that we create during our demonstration will just be sculptures or figures that will be then later attached to a bigger sculpture. So essentially, a lot of elements are going to be created throughout these next few hours. Now, the artwork that's created here at the museum will be shown at the Oxbow product space in March. So later next year, this artwork will be shown in a gallery space. We begin our demonstration with a gather of glass on our left-hand side. Once again, we have a professional crew of hot shop glassmakers. Now, Courtney Branham on our left-hand side has begun by gathering a small mass of glass on the end of the rod. The reason the glass adheres to the rod is due to the glass's viscosity. It is like a warm honey. By then turning the rod, we can collect that mass or maintain control of that. In this case, Courtney Branham wishes to introduce an air bubble into this mass. By rolling back and forth, he's made sure that he has a good home and foundation for our bubble to expand towards. There's two ways we can introduce an air bubble. We can either stand here and blow a lot of air until eventually we build up enough pressure that will pierce the mass of glass, or we could just use science, and that's what we saw Courtney do. He pressurized the blowpipe by blowing a lot of air, placing his finger over the hole, and that air has no place to go but to expand and pierce the mass of glass due to the mixture of heat and pressure that's created instantly. Now, we could make a small element out of the massive glass that we have. I would say Courtney probably has enough to make maybe a shot glass, maybe a small creamer cup, or maybe something very thin. But in this case, it's simply not enough glass. Therefore, we are going to make our piece larger by taking another layer of molten glass. The way that we describe what we're making here in this studio is typically by the amount of gathers or collections of glass we take. Our sculptures that we see here, we can describe as maybe 2-3 gathers of glass. Now, if you have any questions about today's demonstration, my name is David, and I am more than happy to share my knowledge and experience of this wonderful medium. So at any time, please feel free to raise your hand or shout my name, and I'll be right on over. Now, I do see a few members out in our audience, so at this moment, we like to stop and thank our wonderful members for supporting the Museum of Glass. Memberships go a long way by not just supporting our programs you see here, but also others like our Kids Design Glass and also Hot Shop Heroes, where veterans suffering from PTSD can use glass blowing as an art therapy. So from everyone on our Hot Shop floor and staff, we'd like to thank our members. I love that. Thank you. So Courtney, he's taken another gather of glass and has now transitioned over to using wooden tools. These wooden blocks are used to ensure that our bubble will blow out evenly like a balloon and not awkwardly like a potato. We don't want a potato shape here. We want a nice symmetrical shape. And so the wooden block will be our best friend so we can distribute both the heat and the mass of glass around a bubble. Now, most of the wooden blocks we use here are made out of fruit wood. We prefer fruit wood because it does last longer, but an added bonus, it smells like a barbecue here in our studio when we do burn it. Whoa, Courtney, that's not enough glass yet. Oh man, we're gonna be taking another gather of glass on top of this. Now, you'll notice that Courtney Branham, he's not in a rush to gather. Now, there's various reasons. Most importantly, we're gonna be working smarter instead of harder. Plus, a cold core will adhere more hot glass. So by waiting, we can gather more glass and we can make it easier to constantly turn the rod. That's a nice funnel here. Where's the punty? Ooh, that's a great question. Face punny? So for our audience joining us, welcome to the Museum of Glass, everyone. Hope everyone's having a wonderful Thursday afternoon. I know we sure are here at the museum. We are always constantly blowing glass and working on unique, one-of-a-kind ideas. Now, this museum isn't like other museums. We're not constantly making the same thing here, and we're not here to sell you glass. If you do purchase some, fantastic. It all goes back and funds the Museum of Glass. But here we are to push the limits of glass as an art form and ignite and fuel creativity using glass. Do we have any questions? Hopefully I haven't lost anyone quite yet. Question all the way at the very top. How about this? Give me a few minutes and I can make my way up there and I can hang out with you all right? Just give me a few minutes, make sure we set up our demonstration. And you'll notice the steps are similar. We gather, use the wooden block, make sure everything looks right. How do we get the different colors in there? Well, that's a fantastic question. Now, today we are working just with clear glass, but the way that colored glass is added is we would add different metal oxides. It's specifically metals from the periodic table that will give us color. Now, if you don't mind me asking, what's your favorite color? Blue. Ooh, I like a blue glass too. So blue glass is made by adding cobalt. Maybe if you said green, we could say add chromium or iron. If you like purple glass, well, we can add a little bit of manganese, and then by adding a ton of manganese, we can produce black glass. Now, on our big screen here, let's play you a quick color overlay video to explain how the color is applied, since we are not working with colored glass for this demonstration.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Well, at this time, I do want to introduce our professional hot shop crew. Our demonstration will now be occurring in the center. We are like a production line. We begin on one end, but we conclude on the opposite. Now, there is a hierarchy when we're working with glass, and there must always be one person in charge. That one person in charge we refer to as the gaffer. In this case, Gabe is our gaffer. He's spreading the workload among everyone else. Just because you see Gabe as the gaffer here today, if you join us next week or the following week, you may see a different team member playing the role as the gaffer. They do interchange. Now, if you're wondering what we are making here today, our visiting artist has drawn the pieces that we are creating. So if you're wondering what we are making, I am going to walk around and show everyone our sculpture for our next demonstration. And I believe the handle will be colored. So we are going to be working with color later on. Well, before we go any farther in our demonstration, our team is now creating a weak spot. The weak spot is referred to as the jack line, and we're squeezing down both blades to create this constriction. This is how we will separate what will be the usable glass, i.e. the bowl, from the steel rod itself. And I know what you're thinking. That doesn't look like that yet. But just give it a moment. We always think ahead of the process, and we have already created the weak spot. We are also using wooden paddles to shield Gabe, our gaffer, from the radiating heat coming from the glass. Another team member we have is Courtney Branham. Now his job is to be the pole turner, to give the adequate heats that the gaffer has called for. Lastly, we have Nick on this end. Now Nick is standing by to blow air through the blowpipe. We're listening for keywords like blow softly or blow hard. But typically, we blow about the same air pressure you use to blow out a candle. Now, if you have questions at any time in the demonstration, once again, you can raise your hand or shout my name. And I'm actually going to make my way up there here in a second. But notice all the teamwork that's going on. Glassmaking is all about teamwork. Now, it is possible to work by yourself, but it becomes a lot more difficult than it has to be. Now, personally, glass blowing has always taught me how to communicate. And it's a great way to learn how to communicate with your peers. Here in our Tacoma area, we are special with so much glass blowing in our area. Our middle schools and high schools teach glass blowing. And it's one of the only places in the country to do so. So how is the glass able to resist the temperature of the fire? So the glass that we're using here is not just your average glass. This glass is coming all the way from North Carolina. The main ingredient in our glass is being mined from a quartz mountain, which is silica sand based. But yeah, they're mining a mountain. It's pretty cool. If you Google Earth, Spruce Pine, North Carolina, you can see them literally mine this mountain. It sure does get hot up here in this top row. I gotta admit, this is probably one of the hottest points in the museum. Since hot air rises, yes, I would say it's either here or the top balcony, but oh wow, I think it's hotter up here than it is where I roam around. So we have a few different ovens. When we're making, if we want to make something larger or bigger, we would gather. And now we use the furnace on the left where the door is located. When we're using the chamber in the center, the glory hole, we're just using it to extend the working time. The glass at around 1200 degrees begins to freeze up. It's no longer malleable. So we enter the glory hole to make it more malleable and extend the working time. And we have an unlimited amount of times we can enter a glory hole. Typically, we want to do it as fast as possible. Yeah. So is there any gases that are released when we add different metal oxides to clear glass to make color? Yes, there is. And for that reason, most color is made outside of the United States. Yeah, it is definitely hot. I would always recommend the first few rows and always on the right-hand side. My favorite place to view what's going on is always the top balcony of the museum. Again, it's a hot spot, but it's definitely worth the heat. Now, it looks like the team is getting ready to transfer our piece onto a different rod. So we're going to follow our next glass maker, Manny Castro. Now, Manny is directly below me right now, and he's gathering a little bit of glass on a different rod. What Manny is making is he's making the punty. The punty is the transfer rod. Sorry. Now, the punty is the transfer rod. And this transfer rod will only be temporary. So this rod needs to be applied hot enough so our piece doesn't fall from the rod. Now, as a glassmaker, you train for years and years to be able to produce the right punty. It's all about the heat and the contours that it's brought over. Too hot, and it will fuse permanently with the bottom. It's going to be nearly impossible for it to break off. Too cold, and it doesn't adhere enough. And when we're pulling and tugging, the mass of glass can simply end up on the ground. So what we're looking for is that perfect Goldilocks zone. And that just takes experience. And that really just years of experience. I know personally, a lot of my pieces broke when I was first making them just because I didn't understand the heat and the contours of a punty. Now, with a little bit of water on the jack line, the weak spot we made earlier, and a slight tap, piece is broken free. Now, the bottom half of our bowl is essentially complete. What we need to worry about is really the top half and the opening portion. Now, I think this is one of the most difficult things to learn as a glassmaker, but we are going to do what's called a centering. This is done to ensure that this new rod that we've added is turning on the same plane as the vessel, that there's not a wobble as it's being turned around. And as a glassmaker, I felt like for years, for like at least 5 years, my instructor kept telling me the same thing until I was finally like, I finally understand what you've been saying all these years now. Now, if you plan on taking pictures and videos, you're allowed to take as many as you like. I always recommend taking them from the top balcony where there's a really nice view. Now we use a soffietto, which is essentially like a metal straw with the cone tip on the end, and we use that to introduce more air on the inside. We always want to minimize the tools that go on the inside, which can cause scratches or marks. For that reason, we've even transitioned over to using wooden tools. Now, on our left-hand side of the studio, we are working on the massive glass that will eventually become the handle. Now, this glass is an orange color, but for the majority of the demonstration, it will be distorted to looking a different orange and red. And that's what we're going to add the handle to. I can walk around with our illustration if our audience would like. Again, if you have questions, raise your hand, shout my name. More than happy to answer any questions. What's up, my man? How can I help you? It's like a ball of fire. You're absolutely right. It's definitely intense. Great observation, my man. Thumbs up. So notice that now we are worried about scratching the surface of our glass. You'll notice that our gaffer, Gabe, he preheats his tools and then slides them on the very back of the bench where we have beeswax to prevent any scratching and rather will be slipping and sliding. If we see smoke or flames, it is going to be that beeswax. Now, today just marks the second day of a 5-day residency with our visiting artist, Don. So this is really just the start of so many different projects that are about to really be explored. Now, if you want to show your friends or your family something awesome you saw here at the Museum of Glass, when we bring over this massive glass to create the handle, that might be a good time to hit record on your phone or even a camera. The top balcony is always going to be a fantastic place to take videos. So you'll notice that our team right now, the handle is going to be different than what we have in our drawing, and they're just quickly doing a dry run of what's supposed to happen to ensure that everyone is on the same page. Now, this is one of the highest levels of professional glass blowing across the globe, so you'll notice just how much communication goes on between our team. Like I said, the top balcony is always a great place. Unfortunately, it's one of the hot spots, though. So it gets quite hot up there, but it's definitely worth it, I believe. All right, Gabe, you ready for this video to blow up on Instagram? Right? And you can take as many photos and videos as you like. All we ask is you tag the Museum of Glass. 2 more marvers. We're out about 2 more shapes before we bring it right on over. Now, we can only bring over this handle once, so if it doesn't go right the first time, delete the video and we'll start all over again, all right? I think we're just about there. If you want to start hitting record on that, cut this section off, we'll be perfect. Nice job. It looks like you guys are pro or something. They are professionals, though. So Gabe Feenan, our gaffer, he's been working with glass for over 22 years. Manny Castro, over 20 plus years. Courtney Branham, he brought over the bit. He's been working with glass for over 25 years. Now we use this propane torch, and notice where we're torching it. We're torching essentially where the rod is at. That is because that rod is stealing a lot of heat from the glass. If this piece is going to break or crack, it's going to start where the rod is at, where it's stealing all the heat. So as long as we can maintain that temperature and prevent it from breaking, a crack shouldn't spread or even form. Now, the last step that we will take is to eliminate the stress in our glass. If it's left out in the open, it's going to simply get too cold too quickly. The ambient temperature will shock the mass of glass into breaking and cracking. Hot air rises, so you don't have to move if you don't want to, but it is going to get a little hot. If you want to feel some heat, you're more than welcome to, but you may singe off some hairs. So once again, the ambient temperature will shock the glass into breaking. And so to prevent it from breaking, we are slowly going to cool it down in a controlled environment. This environment is our annealer on our right-hand side. It's sitting at 890 degrees, and it'll be the home of everything that's produced here today. When we open our annealer, we will also get a glimpse at the artwork that was made earlier today. The artwork that's made here will later be displayed at the Oxbow Project Space next year in March. Once again, the artwork will be shown at the Oxbow Project Space in March. If you're interested in viewing these pieces and their end result, again, they will be shown in March. The Oxbow Space is about an hour to 2 hours north of here. Maybe even 45 minutes without any traffic, I would say. It's actually a little bit just past Tequila, right? All right, so here we go to break it free. A few drops of water on the end of the puntee to create a weak spot. There goes one drop, and here comes the second droplet. How fantastic. What a wonderful piece on its way to the annealer to cool down for the next several hours. Can we give a round of applause to our visiting artist, Don, and also the Museum of Glass Hot Shot crew. Well, that's the first piece of this afternoon. We still have a few more hours until closing, which means we have a lot of more demonstrations to get to. Dawn has a handful of different drawings that still need to be translated into glass. This residency will conclude on Sunday with the lecture given at 2 p.m. If you can't join us in person, you can always join us online or through the web, both on our YouTube channel and website. As we get ready to transition on to the next piece, our team will communicate about the challenges and maybe some of the techniques that we will use to create the next sculpture. As we transition on our big screen, I'd like to show you a video, a very special project that the Museum of Glass worked with the M.J. Murdoch Charitable Trust. This was a commission to create one-of-a-kind airplanes, glass airplanes, of course. And on our big screen here, let's show you how this was approached.
Fabricate a scale model float plane out of glass takes tremendous effort. Figuring out the exact proportions of the propeller, the length of the body versus the wingspan were all extremely difficult. The Legacy project started off as a collaboration between the Museum of Glass and the Murdoch Charitable Trust. We were commissioned to design and fabricate a glass airplane to commemorate Jack Murdoch. We started by overlaying two contrasting colors of glass that would later show the design elements in the plane. We're working with the glass at a temperature of over 1,500 degrees. We create a small color cup to allow for a nice even distribution of color. The colored cup was then stuffed with clear glass to give us enough mass to make the body or the fuselage of the plane. Glassblowing is a team effort. Here at the Museum of Glass, we're unique in that this team has been working together for over 10 years. Each member of our team played a specific role in the creation of the plane. We use a variety of tools to shape and design the body. As you can see here, we're using some cork paddles to rough it out. The body is then transferred to yet another blowpipe so we can finish up the tail of the fuselage. Using those same cork paddles, we give the bottom of the plane a gentle curve before it's put away. After the plane is finished being formed, it's put away into an annealing oven to cool for several days. Once the fuselage was made, we moved on to making the pontoons. We decided we needed to fabricate a steel mold to allow us to make multiples. In order to have the pontoons match the plane, we used the same white color bar. This time, it is solid. The solid glass is then heated up to approximately 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then it's pressed into a steel mold. The pontoons are then put into another annealing oven to cool down. In our cold shop, the fuselage of the plane is now being ground or sanded down to remove any unwanted material. We then taped off the plane, and using our sandblaster, we revealed the tail numbers, the windows, and the pinstripes on the fuselage of the plane. The sandblasting process is often very rewarding, as the color is quickly revealed, bringing life to the aircraft. After being sandblasted, the planes were then returned to the cold shop to be cleaned up and polished. The wings, the vertical and the horizontal stabilizers were all water jet cut out of handmade sheet glass, again made from the same white color to match the body of the plane. Once the glass parts were finished, we fabricated a small steel structure to hold the pontoons to the body of the plane. The nose cone was turned on a lathe while the propeller was carved out of a sheet of steel to make a fully functional propeller. Now that we have all the parts of our plane, it was brought back to the cold shop where the assembly began. The vertical and horizontal stabilizers were notched out to fit the tail of the plane, while the wing was glued into place. The gluing process takes many hours. We start with 2 clean surfaces, apply the glue, and it sits for over 72 hours before a full cure. It was an honor and a challenge to work on the legacy project for the Murdoch Charitable Trust.
Well, if you're sticking with us, welcome to the museum. We are working on our next project. You notice that our team communicates a little bit. Now, our next sculpture that we're going to be working on is very similar to the piece down here with the extra leg added to that. We are going to be working on a project similar to this one. I am more than happy to roam around showing everyone our illustration that our visiting artist has provided. Our hot shop crew loves images and drawings so they can replicate and remake. And I will roam around showing our audience our next piece that we will be translating. Now, our visiting artist we have here today, Dawn Cerny, she is not a glass maker, nor is trained in working with glass. The way that the Museum of Glass operates and rolls is different artisans from different practices are invited to come to the museum. Once chosen, they are granted up to 5 days with our professional hot shop staff that will translate their ideas into glass sculptures. Oh, look at that trim there. So for those of you who skipped over that step very quickly, what occurred here is Gabe quickly trimmed the end of our piece. Now, the reason that we trim is for various reasons, but typically it's to thin out the top of it. When we create a constriction or a weak spot, we thicken that area with glass. So what we're now doing is removing that thick glass. Now, the glass that ends up on the ground will be recycled on a later date. So the glass that we use here at the museum, it's not your average glass. It's not your Coca-Cola glass. This glass is being formulated for the process you see in front of you here today, referred to as offhand glass blowing. This glass is coming to us from Spruce Pine, North Carolina, where there is a rich history in glass making. But more importantly, there is a quartz mountain that they are mining to produce the basic silica sand that we use here today. Now, the manufacturer also adds other ingredients, but it is a top secret formula that only they know. We do know the basic ingredients are silica sand, soda ash, and lime. However, the content of each one is unknown to us. Well, it's now time to add the handle part of our piece. Now, once again, our visiting artist often plays off the theme of non-functional glassware. And we are going to be adding a handle here. That handle was started on the left-hand side and now will be brought over to the center. Well, on a beautiful day like today, Tacoma is just the perfect area. I always recommend walking along our waterfront, even where we're located. The Theo Waterway is an amazing place to just explore and soak in the sun, essentially. Well, I hope everyone's enjoying their Thursday afternoon. We still have a little bit over an hour before we transition into our evening demonstration. Beginning at 5, we will transition over from our visiting artist program to a different program where we will have local artisans taking over our studio until 8 o'clock today. So the museum will be open until 8 o'clock, but we will have various projects to work with. Well, it looks like this project is complete. The next step is to set it inside of the annealer. The annealer we will be using here today is the oven on your right with the green number 4. It is currently sitting at 890 degrees and will be the home of everything that's produced here today. Right side. Right side. Right side. Right side. You're getting right side. Two on the right. With a little bit of water on the end of the punty, and with a slight tap, this piece will be broken free and on its way to the annealer. Once again, this oven will eliminate the stress in the glass that causes it to break, crack, or even explode. So for the next 12 and a half hours, it will cool down. Around lunchtime tomorrow, we will be able to open our annealer and view all the finished artwork. But can we give our visiting artist, Dawn, and the Museum of Glass a round of applause? They did an amazing job. And they already have the next drawing chosen out. The team will do a quick powwow on the techniques that will be used and maybe some bumps that we will run into. So it's best to think about that right now, rather while we're creating it and then we kind of notice that something is off. So a quick powwow will occur and then we can jump back to our demonstration. Well, at this time, on our big screen, let's play a quick replay of our past Kids Design Glass program. So let's get a quick replay of one of the last ones the team has worked on. Once again, this is a program that we offer here in our studio where any child 12 and under can submit a drawing to this program. Oh yeah, we have colored pencils, we have markers, we have paper, we have everything you need, all right? So you draw something, submit it to the museum. I always recommend make the description funny, make them giggle. It goes a long way to choosing your piece, right? And this is the double-sided carrot. This was just made earlier. Now, when our Kids Design Glass program, when we're making them here at the museum, we make two, one for the child to take home and then one to stay in our permanent collection. We have a permanent collection here at the museum, but we also have traveling collections across the globe, including the Shanghai Museum of Glass in China, and also the SeaTac Airport in SeaTac. Now, what's interesting is some of our team members that we usually have here, they're not here right now. They are off teaching in some other place, but they will be back. And that is double-sided carrot. Of course, any piece that's made here at the museum, we invite the child to come here. They will always approve it before it's put away. And we have both of them sitting behind the museum right now. Once we make a stand for them, we will call the child up with their family and have them pick them up. One will forever stay here at the museum where it will tour around. So what the team is, I'm going to show you the image that we're working on once they're done. But right now, what we're really focused on is what's the cleanest and fastest way that we can make this without making it super complicated, essentially. And what's interesting is that each team member has their own experience, and they can bump in and say something, hey, if we do that way, then this might happen, you know? It's gonna work, Gabe. It's going to work. I want to show you the image right now. So for a lot of things like this, we can't Google how to make it. It just has to come from the experience of our hot shop team. And so they each have their own idea of what's the best way. Ultimately, it's a learning process. If it doesn't work out the first way, well, we learned a lot of things how to approach it the next time around. So we will make this one with just clear glass. Hopefully we like the techniques that we use. If not, then we can flip the page, kind of regather ourselves up, and then think which is the best way to approach it. Well, welcome everyone. We thank you for joining us this wonderful Thursday afternoon with our Hot Shop team and, of course, our visiting artist, Dawn Cerny. Now, Dawn is in the plaid in the front. She has a bunch of different illustrations that she wants our Hot Shop crew to translate into glass elements. Now, we're just waiting for that torch. It does get quite loud. It's about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit, however. So it definitely is intense. Well, if you have any questions, my name is David, and I'm more than happy to share my knowledge and experience of this wonderful medium. But we do have a drawing that our team needs to translate. So if you're wondering what we are making here, the only difference is we're just trying this piece using clear glass right now. Something like this, although it may look something simple, there's two openings, which makes it a lot more difficult. So pretty much we can't Google how to make this. It just has to come from the experience of our Hot Shop team. So we have various shaping tools available to our Hot Shop team. One of them includes the Wall Street Journal. Yep, that's right, just some plain old newspaper. It's a great shaping tool where we can use to draw out heat. Now, we're also standing by to blow air through the blowpipe. So we have Nick Clausen down on this end, standing by to blow air. We're listening for keywords like blow softly or blow hard or blow gentle. We'll dictate the amount of air flowing through the blowpipe. Typically, however, it's about the same air pressure you use to blow out a candle. Now, the next step that we will get to is to transfer our sculpture onto a different rod. Now, on our left-hand side, we've gathered a little bit of glass, and let's quickly introduce our glass furnace. This is where the molten material is being brought out of. It holds approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass at about the same temperature as molten lava. And this oven will be on all year around. Now, the way we gather glass is due to the steel rod. We place it inside that ceramic pot, and then by turning, we can gather or collect the material, which leads us to where we are at now. I also want to point out another piece of equipment we use is a glory hole or a reheating chamber. Now, that's the chamber that we see in front of us and is approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So slightly hotter than the furnaces we use to gather the glass. We'll check that out. A little bit of water we added just to create the weak spot in our glass and allows us to tap it free. So now that we've added the punty is the transfer rod, we can now begin to focus our attention on the very top. And this is where the majority of the demonstration will take place, is really just focusing on those two openings and figuring out what's the best way to approach this. So I do want to share a little bit about how the museum works with our residency program. Pretty much this year we will host approximately 40 visiting artists from across the globe. Our visiting artist here today is a Seattle-based artist, and this is one of her first experience working with glass. This residency is partnership with the Pilchuck Glass School located in Stanwood, Washington. The artwork that you see on the pedestals was their first experience with glass, and that was just about a week ago. And now it's a continuation of that residency here at the museum. By the way, most of the times when we get burned, it's by the tools that we work with, not by the hot glass. Especially like those gloves, the residual heat. Well, do we have any questions from our audience at this point? Any questions? Again, we are working on the neck and the spout areas on the very top. We also have a handle that's being started on the left-hand side, and that is an orange color. It is distorted right now. It doesn't look like it's true orange color, but it will come back later as the demonstration progresses. Well, for our audience that's joining us, welcome to the Museum of Glass. We are working on our, essentially like a picture down here that we have. It's similar. We have a drawing right here. We are now going to work on the spout area. To do so, we are going to be bringing over a rod to pull and stretch some glass from that area. Now, we've made sure that this pitcher essentially is extra thick. There's a lot of material to work from. That's a nice spout, Gabe. So once again, the way that we made that spout was by bringing over a small mass of glass to use to stretch that spout out. So once again, our team is just here to translate our visiting artists' ideas and drawings into glass. This artwork will be shown in a gallery setting, I believe in March of next year at the Oxbow space, the Oxbow project space, and that's about 45 an hour minutes north from here. So once again, it's going to be shown there. Our visiting artist, Dawn often plays and examines both the value and power in everyday gestures. Her sculptures can be seen as an abstract response to the productive rationalism of modern times. Her artwork has been displayed both across the United States and Canada. On the left-hand side, Courtney Branham is now working with the glass that will become the handle. So that mask will be used in the center to become the handle of this pitcher. I do want to give a heads up that after we are done here today, we're going to be transitioning over with our Hilltop Artist students. This is a nonprofit organization aimed to help the youth. Here in Tacoma, we are very lucky. The reason that we have this museum one of our founding members, Mr. Dale Chihuly. He's also started a glass blowing program both in the middle school and high school that he attended, and that program is still going. It's one of the only places in the country that teaches glass blowing to both middle school and high school, and we have some students that are going to be down here and putting on a show for us until 8 o'clock today. And so although this piece will take us to the end of our demonstration, there will be more demonstrations going on until 8 o'clock tonight. Well, our piece is nearly complete. The last and final stage and step that we will take is to set it inside of the annealer. That's our oven on our right-hand side. And with a little bit of water on the end of the punty and with a slight tap, this piece will be broken free and it will cool down in our controlled environment for the next several hours. A little tap with a little water, and what a success. A little bit of hot torch action on the bottom removes the sharp edge and any crack from spreading. What a wonderful piece. Can we give a round of applause to our visiting artist, Dom, but also the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. So when we set things inside of the annealer, it's because of the ambient temperature shocking the glass. When we look at the history of glass making, oh man, melting sand, that was easy, all right? It was preventing it from breaking that took us the longest period in history. And even the Egyptians struggled. The Egyptians would just bury their glass in hot sand and hope that it didn't break. Nowadays, we know better. We know that there's a formula that we can use to slowly cool down the glass and eliminate the stress in that material. I believe this will conclude our demonstration. We are just going to finish up the last masses of glass that we have left. I know we have some glass left over. We're going to stretch out, shape into its final shape. After that, we will be having the Hilltop Artist students taking over the museum until 8 o'clock. So we are going to transition over for a little bit, but don't forget that the glass blowing process is still not complete. If you wish to hold on to your seats, that's fine. If you're heading out, thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us on Third Thursday. We're still just kind of warming up. Our day crew that's here at the museum full time is wrapping up, so we're just kind of switching out the benches. Tonight, we have invited the Hilltop Glass Artists team to blow glass with us. They're local students in a really great program that teaches kids from all economic backgrounds how to blow glass. Nobody gets turned away from that program. So we'll have some more information about that in a little bit. But for right now, you're just going to see a little activity as we load up some furnaces, charge up some color, clear off today's pipes, and reset a little bit. So it might be about 10 minutes. Hi there, welcome to the museum. I'm just gonna check in once more. We're just kind of switching our teams over. We had our Museum of Glass team on the floor all day, and now we're switching over. We have our guest artist in residency, Troy over here. He's gonna be assisting the Hilltop Hot Shop team who is on the floor tonight. So at the front of the shop, we'll see we're at the furnace here. We've just done a gather and we're just kind of getting a warm-up started. This is a color overlay process. It may not appear to be cobalt blue, but that is the color that we're going to be working on tonight. We're going to be making a large teardrop shape, and the team is going to attempt a neck on this teardrop. So a fairly standard scaled item, but we should be able to pull this off tonight. When we take hot glass, our hot gather, away from the heat, we take it right to the marving table. This stainless table right here helps us get the glass centered on the blowpipe. It's really important to start with a good foundation when you're building anything. But when you're blowing glass, you want that molten glass to be evenly distributed on the end of your blowpipe. When you give it its first breath and it holds a bubble, you want that bubble to be right in the center. If it's not in the center, your whole piece is going to be wonky. It'll be thick glass on one side, thin on the other. So it's important to start the process at the marving table, taking care of your gather. In this case, we also have a color overlay. So part of this process, the gaffer is at the table. He's going to keep rolling this back and forth. It's going to keep working that color over the clear gather of glass he has underneath that. This also cools the glass a little bit. It kind of gives us almost a candy coating on the outside. So we're still able to work with it. The glass is still soft, but it's going to hold a little integrity for us. While we're getting started in here today, does anyone have any questions about glass blowing process? Curious about how any of this works? Oops, hold on one second. Super loud. How long does it take to finish one piece? So that depends. It can take, well, if you asked Ben Cobb that question, he would tell you it takes 2 minutes because he's the Twisty Cup champion 3 years running. So for him, a hot sec. For this team, they're going to be working, number one, with some bigger pieces, but Also, this is a younger team, and they don't have the 27 years experience that Ben has. So that makes a difference. Experience, the size of the piece. But in general, when we're working with an artist, like for instance, kids design glass, we can take their piece of art and turn it into a piece of glass art in about 40 minutes. There's a lot of stuff we have to do before that to prepare for it, pick out the colors, decide what size, that sort of stuff. But once we're all ready and all of our tools and everything's warmed up, about 40 minutes. I did not. Yeah, but we're still like figure out what these guys are going to be doing tonight. So I wanted to do a video and so I can get some feedback. Now and then we'll do the second one. Thanks, man. Bye.
I came up with a prototype for our centerpieces. We're going to be making cones, spheres, and cylinders, which are really like fundamental skill building shapes.
Started by pulling cane of different colors and bundled it up, heated it up, twisted it, put it in an optic mold.
The kids all had a part in making the color bar, and now they're we'll be here this week trying to make 55 centerpieces.
The farthest bench, they're doing stars for the middle bench.
I'm gonna pick up one of these guys out of the garage. We're gonna drop it over a bubble, and then we're gonna take a couple gathers and hand it off to Gabe, and he's gonna work his magic.
Stop. So we're finishing the pieces. We throw a gather on top of it, blow it up, shape it, bunny up, open, finish it.
So we're looking for crisp corners, and we're looking for a really straight side. The way we're gonna get a crisp bottom is heat that bottom really hot. When you're making the cylinder, lay your blades on the sidewall and look down across it. If you see gaps in it or it's not laying straight, try to fix it. Paper marver is going to be a good tool. Your jacks, paper, whatever it takes.
Okay, that was a little video giving a little introduction to the team that we have working with us tonight. We have the Hilltop Glass artists with us. They are taking advantage of working in this awesome hot shop. Right at the center of the bench, we're going to be making a large-scale teardrop. That's not to scale, but sort of that shape, and we're going to create a neck on it. So Justin's at the center bench right here. He has an assist next to him. He will be giving direction to his assist at the stool. That direction's going to sound like give it a breath, blow, blow, stop. At this point in the process, we've already collected our first clear gather. We did a color overlay of that gather and then gathered more clear glass on top of that. Because color is so expensive, we use it really sparingly. So we do use a color overlay process that looks a little like this. It would look like you're looking at a yellow vase, but if you took a cross section of it, you can see it's a clear vase with just a little yellow overlay on the inside. Color comes to us in big canes like this, usually opaque. We have some smaller pieces down here that were parked in our garage earlier, but we'll get a big cane of color, and then we just chip off what we're going to be needing for that project. There's a couple ways we can apply it. We can do the color overlay process, or we can add it by crushing up that color, putting it in a bowl and dipping into it. We can make a sand painting. We can grind the glass down to fine sand, paint with it on the marving table, and then pick up that painting. And we can also dust, like powdered sugar. We have a dust booth just for those sorts of things. There's a lot of ways to apply color. The color overlay process gives you a nice solid color. Other applications can model a finish. We can create a snakeskin effect, transfer paintings. Okay, so we have a question, and the question is, how did we get the glass? So there's a couple ways we can answer that question. We can answer what is glass. It's potash and lime and sand. There's silica in there. We can talk about flash points and all that sort of stuff. At a certain temperature, all of that melts together and creates glass. But for us at the museum, we get our glass like this. It comes in huge big pallets. It just looks like ice cubes, exactly like ice cubes. We order it by the ton, so we get big pallets, and on the pallet are hundreds of little bags that are wrapped like in a heavy paper. That is a couple pounds of our glass batch. We throw the whole thing in the oven. So when we're loading new batch to our crucible, we throw the whole bag in. It's pretty exciting. Big flames come out, and it's a cool process. But that paper incinerates really quickly. Then we cook it to 2,300 degrees. Oh, here's an example here. So you can see where the door is. That's where we're dumping the glass, and then there's a big ceramic crucible underneath that, and that holds 1,000 pounds of hot molten glass. And that will be stable indefinitely. So once that's on, we keep that furnace on. So it's always hot glass in there. We have two of those, one on this side and one on the other side. Also, don't be alarmed with the smell. One of the tools that we use is today's newspaper, and you might have been seeing at the bench. We just quarter the newspaper. Usually we put it in a baking sheet, soak it, and we're using that to help shape the glass. It is soaking wet, but glass is really hot, so it does occasionally catch on fire, and that's the smoke. This is yet another way we can apply color. It's in a direct wrap like this. So the bead has a hot gather of color. It's going to present a little differently because it's at its firing point right now. So the color looks like it's might be pink. But we can also wrap right onto our working piece. Both of those pieces need to be at a really similar temperature to accept each other. If one was too hot or too cold, they would touch and create a thermal shock, and you could lose the piece or at least get like air bubbles and some checks in your piece, and it won't be as nice. you'll notice that Justin's always working out of the furnace. He's taking his piece back to the heat and then taking it to the marving table. He can give it a little breath here on his own. As this piece gets larger, he can sit at the bench and we can have someone else help give that piece some breath. Oh, yeah. It's hydration. Yeah, usually the benches are covered. I mean, we all go through several Nalgene's a day. A shift on the floor. So for our house team, we're here at like 8:30 in the morning, but we don't start on the floor until about 10, maybe a little bit before 10. We work for about 3.5 hours, take a lunch break, come back, work about 3.5 hours, and then we're usually crushing a couple tinnies, usually Rainier's, and then come back and hose down and sweep up, and we're out of here. So I wonder if you guys could help me also with one other thing. There is somebody here who's having a birthday. I think his name is Scott. Is Scott around here somewhere? Oh, Scott, are you Scott? Oh, would you guys mind just shouting happy birthday when I count to 3? Happy birthday, Scott. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Scott! He's just a teeny bit embarrassed. So if you guys have been noticing a little bit, I just wanted to introduce you to the furnaces. We have, if you can see this, we've just taken a clear gather of glass. We're gonna bring this blowpipe over to the special bathtub that just cools the neck of this blowpipe down a little bit. The heat will conduct, it conducts heat down the handle, so we just try to cool it off a little bit. But that gather of glass came from one of our 2 glass crucibles. When our team is taking a piece of working glass back to the heat, they're taking it back to a furnace, which doesn't have any molten glass in it. It's just a heat source. This tool that we're using is a fruit wood, specifically a cherry wood block. It's scoop shaped. We have several different sizes of these. We keep these soaked in 5-gallon buckets. They're always wet. If they were dry out, they would crack. They also wear out a lot because they tend to burn down like a lot of our tools. The scoop helps us shape our gather of glass. As the gather gets a little bit larger, it's more difficult to manage, even if it's 6 or 8 pounds. It's at the end of a blowpipe, so fatigue will set in. That scoop will help you get your piece centered and keep it centered on your blowpipe. So again, this is helping with shaping. It's helping with centering. The steam that's coming off of it is acting as the lubrication as the piece is rotating in there. And again, because the water is room temperature and the piece is so hot, it's cooling down the outer shell of the glass. So it's cooling it. You'll notice we can still give it breath. It's still molten in the middle, but the outer shell has enough of a crust on it that the piece is going to hold some integrity while we move it around the floor. Any questions about any of this? I know you guys are curious about something. So that was a member from our education team. She just wanted to remind me that Preston Singletary is here tonight, and he is going to be leading 2 tours of his installation in the gallery. If you don't know who Preston Singletary is and you're from the Northwest, this is your opportunity of a lifetime to have Preston walk you through his Raven and Son, his beautiful Northwest art. He's going to be doing a tour at 6 and a tour at 7. Those are going to be about half an hour long, and if I wasn't doing this, I would be on that tour. Just a heads up for that. That's in about 12 minutes. Any guesses who the most important person on this floor is right now? It's me. No. It's the person with hot glass in their hand. That's the most important person on the floor all the time. That person's job is to keep their eye on that hot glass. Everyone else's job is also to keep their eye on that hot glass. We don't want the artist to swing around, accidentally tap us, or even get near us. The radiant heat from these can really cause some burns. Also, if you'll notice, everyone down here, we're all wearing head-to-toe cotton. That's because if we were wearing polar fleece and we got too close to something hot, we accidentally walked into somebody's hot gather or work in progress. Polar fleece, polyester, things like that will turn to plastic and melt into your skin. So we're really careful to wear protective eyewear, to wear cotton, to hydrate. those sorts of things. Also, it's becoming more and more obvious that this is not a one-person project. Blowing glass, you can really benefit from a team that you trust. You can see Justin and David, there's not a ton of chatter happening between them. They're sharing some words here and there. Different artists have different styles. Ben, who's here, he has a series of whistles he'll run through. Gabe will just holler words. So we're still shaping this raindrop at the center bench. It has a purple wrap on it. You can see that there's a whole team invested in this project. We have someone at the stool who's blowing for the gaffer at the bench. We have extra muscles that are helping with the fatigue of taking this back and forth to the furnace. On the other side, we have a friend who's putting our fires out. That tool that we were using was wet newspaper. It does frequently catch on fire. And then he's also helping the glass artist with a fruitwood shield. We use these paddles for everything, for shaping, flattening, but we can also help the artist. There's a lot of radiant heat coming off of this. The artist can also wear a fiberglass arm piece. In this case, he's going to rely on his friend to help keep that heat off of his arm. On the far left side of the shop, Jessica's over here. She is at her furnace. She is also working with color. She's working with orange. She's decided to use an application, it's called sifting. We've literally just ground color down into a dust. We can put it in your average kitchen sifter, and we're sifting it over our hot gather of glass. We can work that color in, smooth it out if we want. We can also just leave it dusted on, like Cheeto dust, for instance. So you just saw Justin pick up 2 tools. These are cork paddles. He's going to dip them in water. Again, the steam evaporates really quickly and gives us a little bit of lubrication. But we can shape really easily with tools like this. It's kind of like the closest you're going to get to using your hands in the glass blowing process. Coming back over to the left side of the shot, Jessica's down here. She's shaping her piece. If you saw earlier, she was using the fruitwood block to get that nice, smooth, round shape she has. She just finished using the newspaper. She's getting an assist with the paddle just to keep some of that heat off her arm. Her piece is starting to get a little bit larger, so the more surface area on that, the more surface area that radiates heat. So sweeping the piece with a average whisk broom here. A couple of things are happening when we're using the newspaper. Even though it's soaking wet, we'll still get some burn, some ash, and things like that. We can blow that off with a little bit of air. We can also just hit it lightly with a broom. So it looks like we're going to get ready to transfer this piece. So you can only work with one side of a piece of glass at a time. For that reason, we have to switch to another pipe to work the other side. So Justin's going to guide in a punty. This is a hot gather of glass. It's going to attach to the hot work in progress. Then we're going to create a neck with a jackknife. And what we can do is apply a couple drops of water at that jack line. That water is going to create a thermal shock. These are the drops of water right here. That's going to cause a weak spot in the glass. So we'll just lightly tap the punty and the piece breaks off really cleanly and easily. From here, now we've switched the piece of glass around so we can work the other side of it. This is now the bottom of this piece of art is on our pipe. This pipe does not have a hollow center, so we won't be adding any more air to it through the blowpipe. There's some different ways to get around that. There are some tools, a soffietta. I can show you that in a little bit. There are ways where you can still introduce air into this piece, but the pipe that we're on now is a solid pipe. At this point, the artist is going to come in, pull the top of this piece, pull at the neck area, and clean up the piece. This is a good time to be listening also and watching as the artist is pulling. They're maybe making some corrections for color if the color didn't fully wrap around their clear gather. If it's too thick right there, they'll pull and then use shears to just trim off that excess glass. When it hits the ground, you can hear it's already hard glass. But a second before, it was soft enough to cut through with shears. You can get an idea how hot the neck of this piece is. So When this went into the furnace, we don't have to introduce it all the way into the furnace at this point. We can just add direct heat for the neck or take it in the furnace just a little bit more shallow. Do it right at Also, the Preston Singletary the Preston Singletary led tour is just starting in the galleries. If you want to join this one, it'll be about 30 minutes. The next walkthrough is going to be at 7 o'clock. If you haven't seen this installation, I definitely recommend it. It's outstanding, and to have the opportunity to have Preston lead you through his own work is pretty exceptional. So we just talked about a tool a second ago called Sofietta. If you'll notice at the center of the shop, the artist in the yellow shirt has a weird little tool in his hand. That is an example of a Sofietta. That little cone we can insert into the open end of the piece, and it gives us a little tube to breathe some air into the piece so we can still blow the piece. You just won't be doing that on the blowpipe. The ovens are 2,300 degrees. Super hot. Like, yeah. I don't even know what. It's like looking at the sun. It's so super bright. So if you're also watching this glass, you might have had the impression this whole time that it was red. We're actually working with cobalt blue. If you look carefully at the very ends, Justin's using his tweezers to pull the neck of that. And as it's thinning out, it's cooling really quickly, so you'll start to see the real color of the glass present. It's a lot like paint your own pottery. Once those glazes hit a fired heat, it's a different color. You can also get an idea of how stiff this piece is already. There's a lot of muscle and energy leaning into this. He's holding this piece with diamond shears and then an assist to keep the neck of this, to keep some heat on it so we can keep working and stretching this piece. But if you look at the very tip, you can start to see the true color of the piece revealing. If you guys just heard that, you can get an idea of how quickly that glass is cooling. When it hit the floor, you could hear it clank like glass. That piece of glass is in a warm zone right now. Every once in a while, I'll kick a glass up to this cooler zone, and the piece will explode because the concrete's cooler up in this area, and it creates that shock we were talking about earlier. Also, we're getting ready to move this piece. We're just about finished with it. So if you notice, one of our artists is dressed up in a spacesuit. That is a special Kevlar fiberglass kind of suit. He's going to put on a cool head mask. It's going to protect his hair and his eyes. He also, if you notice, is sticking his gloves in the heat. He wants to make sure his hands are warm. So as this piece gets ready, the gaff in the silver suit, he's going to catch this piece as we break it off the punty. We're going to use the same process we did a couple of minutes ago, and that was we used a little bit of heat. We're going to soften up this neck. We're going to take our jacks. Those have a little blade on that. We can pinch the base of this piece with the jacks. That will create a little knife line. And then we can drip a little bit of water on that jack line. That's going to shock the glass, create a weak point where we can just tap the blowpipe and our work in progress will drop off. So this last little bit of torch work, this is one of the things you can do just to soften up the edges of your piece. Again, he's using his jack tool. There's 2 business sides to that tool. But just hitting a sharp end with a torch or a flame, it's just like softening the top of a chocolate chip that you would put in the oven or something. It just smooths off that little curl. Okay, again, so we're going to take this Kevlar suit, get warm at the furnace, so we're ready to catch this piece as it comes off our punty. So again, we have that jack line already. We're just going to apply a few drops of water. You can hear that sizzle. That is creating a stress point in the glass. We just tapped. Now our piece of glass is ready to transfer to the annealer. So that oven is our annealing oven. We have a couple of those. We have 2 on the floor that are top loads and 2 door loads, number 1 and number 4. Those are kind of always running. We have just opened this one this afternoon, but they're about 1100 degrees and we'll cool that piece down really slowly. So in about 12 to 24 hours, we'll be able to handle that. At the bench on the far left of the studio, Jessica's making us dinner. She hasn't told us what it is, but I have a suspicion already. On the right side of the studio, we're going to demonstrate some encalmo techniques. It's adding a colored piece to a clear piece. The artist at that bench has already created the cup she's going to add her color to. One of the things we can do is pre-make some pieces and park them in this little airstreamed shape garage we have. We call it a garage because we can park things there. It's about 1100 degrees inside of that. So it keeps our piece warm but not soft. It keeps it at a temperature that won't shock when we take it back to the furnace. So David, in the pink shirt in the center of the shop, he's working on the marving table. He is starting a piece. He's already collected a gather. He's working on a blowpipe. So he's adding just a breath to that gather of glass. That adds the first bubble. If you notice, he's also capping the end of his blowpipe when he gives it breath. Because it's so hot right now, that bubble can collapse really easily. So he wants to make sure it holds for a second. Once you're centered, you have your clear piece of glass. You've worked it on the marving table. It's centered and straight on your blowpipe. Your bubble is center. Then you can come back to the crucible for more glass. You don't want to do additional gathers until you're straight the first time. So David is over here taking a modest gather of clear glass. It is like honey at this temperature, so you might have noticed outside of our two crucibles that hold our glass, there's a lot of buildup on the door. We drizzle a lot on the floor. Also, there's steel drums outside of those, so we can pour off any extra if we have too much on the end of our pipe. Also, at the center marving table, we talked about color. We're actually going to be showing you a couple ways to apply color. We have encalmo on this side, a full colored piece on the far end of the shop. And then right in the center is another way we can apply. If you can see this, it looks like rock candy or like really coarsely ground sugar, like rimming sugar for cocktails. This artist has several colors. It looks like he's chosen red, orange, and yellow. Is that? Yeah. Red, orange, and yellow. So we can pick that up. It looks like you're rolling chewing gum in cat litter at this point. It's really granular. This artist can continue to work this on the marving table and work that color into his piece, or he can choose to leave it with that really sort of granular finish that will give it sort of like a tortoiseshell eyeglass frame. Depends on his ultimate vision for this piece. But that is one of the ways we can use color. On this far side, the way we got the color on that piece was by taking it to a booth. We powdered the color and put it in a sifter and just sifted the powder over the hot gather of glass. That's how we got a consistent color on that piece. So again, at the center, you can see our artist in the yellow shirt. We're always being careful to have a centered piece on our pipe. If you don't start centered, you're going to be off the whole rest of your piece. Working on the marbing table also gives us an opportunity to cool down this piece a tiny bit. It's still going to be hot and molten in the center, but the outside, because the table's a little bit cooler, it's giving like a little candy shell to the outside of the piece. So it's going to hold its shape and have some integrity as we take it back and forth from our heat source. So if you're looking at the marbing table right now, the artist in the white shirt, he has a piece of color on the end of his blowpipe. Color comes to us in color bars. It gets shipped to us something like this. So we have a big room in the back that's gorgeous to walk around, and it's full of these big color bars. But because color is such an expensive resource for us, when we want to use a color, we'll just chip off part of the color bar and use this. So we can do a couple things. If we wanted to make a lip wrap with a solid color, we can park our color bar on one of these steel trays. This will hold heat inside of our garage. And then we can keep this color bar at about 1100 degrees. At that temperature, glass is okay for us to work with to reintroduce it to our main source of heat, which is our furnace at 21 to 2300 degrees. And then bring up our two working pieces to the same or similar temperature so they'll accept each other. So you guys can see at the table how hot and fluid that glass is. It was just pouring off the end of that pipe. And now, this piece of glass, if you listen, when it hits the floor or the table, it's already hard. That is how quickly glass is heating up and cooling down. So we're always taking things back to our furnace, making sure we're staying at the perfect temperature. The glass artist is using their eyes and they're using touch, how the piece is hanging on the pipe to determine how hot it is. But there's nothing like experience to really teach you some of those lessons. So David's at the center bench. He is getting an assist. Jeremy is helping. We have a fruit wood paddle. This is just usually a wet paddle. Sometimes it's a dry paddle. The other artist can apply some pressure against the working piece. Excuse me. That will help us keep a nice, soft, even lip on it. Also, the artist assist can help relieve some of the heat that's coming off by protecting the working artist's arm with those paddles. All right, so the team in the center of the shop, they're going to be working together to create a candle. So if you remember, our artist in the yellow shirt picked up the frit colors that we have on our marving table. He has like a sanding sugar of red, orange, and yellow. He picked up those colors in a clear gather of glass, and he's kind of been working them together. He's not going to blend the colors all together. It'll just sort of be speckled and a little more combined than a tortoiseshell look, but a little bit of a tortoiseshell look. This artist is working on the flames of the candle, so we'll be pulling some stringers. That's a fun process to watch. It's a simple, we're grabbing with diamond shears and just pulling stretches of hot glass. At the center, the white piece of glass that we have at the marving table, that's going to be part of the candle. And we actually have the votive part of the candle that we just made out of clear glass that is parked in the garage right now. So we'll be filling that with more glass. So the garage, it is a natural gas fed piece of equipment. I know that there's somebody in AV who can get me a good camera angle on this, right? I'll try to get you a camera angle around the front of it, but it's like there is ceramic stone on the inside. We have gas flame on this curved side. Because it's lower right there, it's about 1,100 degrees on this side. It's about 900 degrees on the far side of the garage, but it's just open. It just has some like garage doors that are open, and we just park our piece in there. Oh, here we go. So you can't see very well. Up on the far side that curves, you can see where our gas is getting fed. So we can park pieces that are still on the plinty. They're like little coat racks. We can hang our piece. Also, we can break off pieces and set them in there, technically indefinitely, but we don't do it indefinitely. Normally, it's pieces, like if you walked across the bridge of glass, and some of those really large pieces, we're not making the vessel and the leaves and the cherub and the flower all at once. Some of those pieces are getting made separately, and they're sitting in the, exactly. So the 900 to 1,100 degrees is important. It is a cool temperature for glass, but it is not straight from the garage. We have to take it back to the furnace and bring it back up to a higher temperature. But 900 is about as low as you can go without having to like start all over. Yeah. So it's a little bit of a game. It is, yeah, because also different, like a clear glass to a clear glass, you're going to have a pretty good idea how easily those are going to go together. But melding, if you had something blue, you wanted it to attach to something red, you have to know a lot more. Red has more gold in it, blue has more copper in it, so blue is really soft and red is really stiff. Or wait, vice versa. Anyway, whatever. One, yeah, even at the same temperature, one will be slumpy and one won't. So you kind of have to know what temperature this is going to hold and what temperature this color will hold. And technically, yes. If, for instance, I wanted to take this glass pitcher and I just wanted to, you know, the neck to be a different direction, I could take that, I would put it in an annealing oven, I would slowly bring the temperature back up to probably 1,400 degrees, park it in the hot side of the garage for a while, if it made it that far, and then at that point I could introduce it to something else. But that would be time and cost prohibitive, really. Yeah, and risky. Yeah, always along that line, there is some weird thing that happened. You can open this door, too early in the morning, and we don't have all the furnaces on, and a cold burst of air, rips through there or something. It can still, yeah. I mean, it's not like a tornado kind of thing, but they'll just pop, and you'll see a big check mark in that, or something weird could happen. So. What is the part? Oh, so we actually get our glass. It looks like this. It just comes in big, huge pallets of thousands of pounds of paper bags of glass. So we have a big pallet. Mick It's his job every day. He programs all the furnaces and makes sure everything's running perfectly. But he rolls a pallet out here. He will also put on that big Kevlar suit, and he'll slide one of the crucibles open. And he literally just picks up, I think there may be like 50-pound bags. They're not that large. And he will open up the door, throw one in, shut the door, and the paper burns off immediately. Doesn't damage the glass at all. But it's pretty showy and cool because, flames are licking out, and I don't know. But, yeah, so then so right at the artist in the yellow shirt here, and then this other steel drum over here, those are the only two furnaces that have. Actually, is there someone in AV that can show me the slide of the crucibles and of the furnace, please? So this is our glass furnace. You can see that little door. That's the only access we have to stoking it with glass. So we'll just throw these ice cube batch bags into the pot of molten glass. It will take several hours for that to sort of all settle out. But at this temperature, it is stable indefinitely. So we run these 24/7. We turned one off in 2012. That was the last time we've turned them off. But Mick's in here every day. He has a special rake. He's kind of always like raking the top of it. And that's only ever clear glass in there. We can add color to glass through all these different techniques. But it looks exactly, someone will pull a gather out of here. It looks exactly like orange honey. It's super hot. It's really runny like honey. It's what is on the end of everyone's blowpipe. Everyone starts with that, and then we can layer more glass on top. No, it's a lot like honey, like a little bit thicker than honey. But if you're going to put your honey stick in there, you're kind of swirling it all together, and you're always working against gravity. It's always trying to drip off, just like honey would. So, but it does cool really quickly. Yeah, that door says "Do not open." Thank you for noticing that. That is one of the ovens. So we made a whole bunch of stuff earlier today, but remember how we talked about how it has to cool down super, super, super slow? We put it in there. It's super hot right now, but we put a special program on it. So tonight after we all go to bed, it'll just keep cooling down a little bit at a time. And then maybe like tomorrow around lunchtime, we'll look at the dial and see if it's how hot it is. If it's not too hot, then we'll open the door and then we can touch it. But that's the first time we're ever going to touch this thing because it was so hot. Do you think these guys use their hands? Too hot. Their hands they would burn their fingers off. The blowpipe that we use, it is hot. So if you're a glass blower, you probably don't have any arm hair. You have good shoulder muscles. You're really hydrated. And yeah, there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It is hot. Yeah, you just have asbestos hands. We do have some tricks. I know there's one on the far corner, but it's like a little bathtub. It has like a little trolley catch where we can set our blowpipe and cool it off a little bit, but also it does conduct heat, and we don't want to cool it down too quickly because we have something hot on the blowpipe. So we have to cool from one end to the other, and it's not comfortable. So in this situation, water is really important to us on the floor. Things are catching on fire all the time, but you'll notice we have 5-gallon buckets of water behind us. That is for storing our tools. Oh, here's an example. So Justin's over at the bathtub right now. You can kind of see like water cools it down. So that will help his hands a little bit. Anyone curious about anything? Any questions? Do you have a question? What's your question? Forgot it? Oh, yeah. So at the left side of the studio, Jessica's been working on this piece over here. We're about ready to move it from our pipe. So one of our artists is on the floor. He's wearing a green Kevlar jacket, Kevlar helmet, and fiberglass Kevlar mittens. He is going to be taking his mittens over to the heat source. He's going to want to make sure his hands are nice and warm to catch this piece as it breaks off of our blowpipe. If his hands weren't warmed up, it could cause a thermal shock to the piece of glass, and we would lose it right away. Having warm gloves is really important at this point. Okay, so the piece that Jessica's been working on is a puffed Cheeto. This is going to be a lot more orange once it cools down. The process of removing this from our pipe, we're heating up the neck where this work in progress is mounted to our blowpipe. Jessica's using her jack tool to create a neck. In that jack line, we can apply a couple drops of cold water. So this water, you'll hear it sizzle. It's causing a lot of stress on the glass right now. So we have a weak point in the glass. We can lightly tap with this paddle. That quick tap breaks the piece directly off. We get a nice clean break, and we can park this in our annealer. This will sit in our top-load annealing oven overnight. The size of this piece is probably going to require 12 to 18 hours for it to cool down to a temperature where we can touch it. At that point, we can take it back to our cold working shop. So you guys are seeing about a quarter of our capabilities here at the museum. In the back, we have a welding studio and a cold working shop. Cold working is some of the process that happens after we're done here with the heat on the floor. We're using grinding wheels, we're smoothing things, we can etch things, we can, use a diamond blade to carve cool shapes in the glass. We have an artist who left us parts that we built here on the hot shop floor, and they're putting an airplane together in the back. So there's a lot of large tubes that we made, and we're cutting out the top in really careful patterns so we can repair that sharp edge on the Cheeto later on. It's a puffed Cheeto. So that it looks like a hot dog because of the color. So that is bright orange, but because it's so hot, the color's presenting a little differently. And if you could have a closer look at it, you would see that because the way we applied color on that was by literally dusting, sifting color on. We ground down, we talked about color bars earlier. So we took the color that we wanted to use, chipped off what we thought we'd need, ground it down into like a powdered sugar, literally. And we have a special box where we can introduce our hot gather of glass, and then we just sift that color on top of it. That was an example of dusting, sifting color onto the piece. In this center of the shop, we're still working on making the candle. So a few minutes ago, we were working on creating some flames. And I don't know where those are. But that was another example of how we can choose color. So still on the marving table here, you can see the artist that was working on the flames chose to add color with frit. So this is like a coarse sugar, and this artist chose orange, red, and yellow, and also that sharp glass. So usually don't do that. You're going to end up with splinters in your hands. But in this application, it will create sort of like a mottled or tortoiseshell effect, picking up glass like that. So we had a clear gather of glass, and we rolled over those colors and created then a piece of glass that would have all three of those colors in it. And we'll pull some shapes that will look like flames for the candle that we're working on at the center of the shop. So David's at the center bench. He is using diamond shears to trim off a little bit of the extra glass he didn't want to be working with. His assist is in the yellow shirt. You notice he came in with a tool, just a simple wooden paddle. Those paddles we sometimes keep in water, but they usually start off pretty large and end up this light piece of charcoal. These burn really often, catch fire. We keep them usually soaked in water, but a paddle allows us to give pressure to a piece of glass, work with the other artists to resist, gives us a nice smooth edge. We can polish out a bottom, but in this situation you can see we're coming in and using the paddle to shield David's arm. The larger a piece of glass is, the more surface area, the more radiant heat comes off of that. So having a buddy who's going to step in and help protect your arm is really nice. David could also elect to wear a Kevlar sleeve. A lot of artists find those a little difficult to wear. So it's nice to have a team. Also, this is a great time to point out how this is not a one-person art. This, to make a large piece, is going to require a whole team. Usually the main artist is sitting at the bench, and then there's a supporting artist all around. The supporting artist will sit on the stool. That person will be anticipating when the artist at the bench, when they need an assist. The artist at the bench is the one giving direction. So you might hear David say lift, drop, roll, blow, stop. There's not a lot of chit chat. Everyone knows what they're doing. We're all working for David in this particular scenario. So everyone on the team is anticipating what he's going to need next. So the tool that David has in his hands is today's newspaper. We usually get that in the morning, and then we put it in a baking tray, soak it in water, and then fold it into quarters. That little newspaper pad is a really excellent tool for us. It's the closest really we get to touching the piece with our hands. It's always too hot for us to be doing anything with. So this is the one time that you're really going to have a little feel of the glass. That piece of paper, because it's wet, the steam coming off of that gives us a little bit of lubrication there, so it moves over the piece really nice. It's also, here's our example of our newspaper getting soaked for the day. But that newspaper also will, because it's a little cooler than the hot glass, it creates a cool crust almost, a really fine like candy shell on the outside of the piece of glass. So it's still really warm and soft and molten in the middle, but the outside just has a little bit of integrity so we can manage it to and from the heat. Also, oh, yeah. What's the blowtorch for? So we have a couple torches on the floor. Those are to apply direct heat. So in larger pieces, we want to keep the base warm. The pipe is still really warm. We don't want to create any hot or cooler spots on the glass. So the glass blower is always kind of correcting, like you would steer a car. You're always kind of warming up one area and cooling down another a little bit. But especially like in neck work, things like that, where you're like trying to pull the end of the glass, adding that direct heat. You want the rest of the piece to hold its shape for a second while you're just working a corner of it. You can soften it up using torch. So we had a question about these cups that we have down here. So one thing I always like to do before I touch anything around here is touch it really lightly with my hand, because a lot of things are really hot and it will surprise you in a really bad way. So someone asked us what these little cups are for. These are our optic molds. If you've ever, and I'm sure you have, seen a glass blown pumpkin, it usually starts from one of these optic molds. We have brass optic molds and aluminum optic molds. They basically will just give your piece ridge lines. So we take this, and then we take our piece of glass and jam it in this cup and fill this cup with our piece of glass. And then when we pull it out, that shape is on the outside of the glass. And then if you blow a big bubble into this shape, it kind of turns into, like, would have ridges like a pumpkin. So that's how we do some of those tricks. No, we don't hold it in there for very long. We're literally jamming it in, trying to get the pattern relief off of it, and moving on. So we have several different sizes of those. So if you're around in September, we'll be making a lot of those. They seem to be really popular, but it's not technical, really. So our team doesn't really enjoy making them very much. Our team our everyday team they're artists on their own. They have profound portfolios. They are teaching at Pilchuck Glass School. They can make a fine Venetian goblet in 15 minutes. They know how to make the perfect Avolio connection, and that's what they like to do. And we do have a program called Kids Design Glass. And I always love to see that interaction, because the child whose piece of art we select to create out of glass, we treat them just like any other artist. So our team has a meeting with that young artist, and we talk about transparency, opacity, what their vision is. We get calipers out, scale it perfectly. I mean, it looks exactly. Actually, if there's someone in AV, can we see a quick picture of some of our kids design glass? It's a really cool program, and if you're in the far gallery, we have a whole bunch of the pieces. We always make two, one for the young artists and one for the museum to have. They're identical, and it is a lot of fun. It's yeah, so we get our gather, and then we'll run it on the marving table and get a nice centered shape. And once our gather on glass is perfectly centered and we have a nice little bubble in it, we are just jamming it in here, and it will have ridges at that point. Then we can squeeze the piece, line or blow up. Just kind of a starting spot. Yes, sir. A lot of fire and some pieces of art that we're just keeping warm for a little while. Yeah. We will see this piece come as far as we can go. But ultimately, some pieces, depending on who the artist is, they will assemble after the fact. They use like special UV glues or an aqua resin or something. But in this situation, these are Hilltop Glass students, and they'll finish something to a point where it will just need like a little polishing off, some sharp edges, something like that in the cold shop. So you'll get a really clear idea, but you probably won't see the true color. Did you see this rainbow that we made out of glass? Whoa. Cool, huh? Lots of good glass stuff. Oh, someone just asked us what we have all this chalk for. Because it's really loud down here. We have a lot of fans. There's a lot of fire. There's a lot of people. We like to listen to music. And so we try to talk to each other before we come out here where it's loud. But this is a way that we can remind each other what we're working on. Like a little while ago, we made a blue raindrop that had purple wrapping around it. So that's kind of what we'll draw on the floor. Sometimes we put it on that little shield that slides up there. If you look carefully, you can see there is a picture called Double-Sided Carrot. A kid drew that for us, and then we took that picture and we looked at it and looked at it and looked at it, and then we made it out of glass. But while we were making it, we wanted to keep referencing that photo so we could make sure that we were doing it right. So it's kind of how we talk to each other with pictures. I'm going to check in. I'll find out. Yeah. It's 2,300 degrees inside there. So, this team is making a candle. There's like flames and stuff someone else made a little while ago, and I think that this is part of the candle, but I haven't really checked in to make sure, so I was just walking over there to find out. I'll let you know as soon as I'm. That, yeah, 21 to 2,300 degrees. It has to be 2,100 degrees to melt the glass, and that's in this little oven with a door that's shut all the time. The other one with the circles on it is just a furnace. It's like ceramic brick on the inside, so it's still 2,000 degrees, but there's no molten glass in the bottom. We're just taking it over to get heat to keep our glass soft. This right now is probably about 1,100 degrees, so that is, yeah. So we can finish a piece of glass and put it in there. It'll be cool at about 1,100 degrees, and then when we leave tonight, we'll shut it off, and it will slowly cool down. Yeah, depends on how big the piece is. It could take 10 hours or 30 hours, depending, yeah. Oh, yeah. So he was just getting rid of some extra water that we had. But, yeah, we hose down the floor and everything at night. We make a lot of messes out here. Yeah. So there was, yeah, it all goes, that's our drain. Yeah. Yeah. Were you here when they opened the box last time? Oh, your eyebrows might curl back a little bit, so. What time is it? If you haven't seen Preston Singletary's exhibit in the galleries, Preston is out right now. He's going to be giving a gallery tour. If you haven't seen that collection, or if you love Northwest art, or if you want to have an artist-led tour of their own works, this is your opportunity. He did one at 6. This is the last one at 7. It's an outstanding installation, and I recommend it. So it's about a half-hour tour right outside in the main hall, and the gallery's directly across. And we'll be here till 8, so you can always come back. Yeah, our pleasure. On the far side of the shop, this is Jessica in the red sweater. The tool that she is using is called a cherry wood block, a fruit wood block, or just a block. She's using that tool to help shape her piece. She's getting on and off the bench to give some breaths to her piece. She'll be taking it back and forth to the heat source frequently to keep that nice and soft so she can keep adding breath and keep working that piece. On the far right side of the gallery, this team is experimenting with some encalmo. That is a vessel that will have 4 different sections of color. So you have a clear, you'll be adding some color blocks into that. David at the center is working on his piece. He snipped off the little excess he wasn't interested in using with his diamond shears. An artist will trim off a little bit of excess for a couple different reasons. If we've added color and the color gather isn't making a nice smooth color, we can sort of pull the color around the clear areas, sort of close up any bubbles that are exposed. Also, when we're working with our piece, often the end will be thicker than we need. We can pull off that excess glass, trim it down, and then shape it nicely. The tool that David's using right now, these are jacks. These are our most popular tools. You'll notice he's grabbing that tool right in the center. It has 2 working ends. It has the tongs. Sometimes those are metal, sometimes they're wood or cork. They're like blades. So they can pinch, create a neck. Also, they work the opposite of tweezers. So when you're squeezing the jacks, the tines are together. When you're relaxing your hand, the tines open. So that is a really helpful tool when we're opening up the mouth of a piece of glass. The tool can help you with that work. A good glass blowing team is really important. You'll notice that David's really relying on his team to anticipate his needs. They are doing things like protecting him a little bit from heat. They're switching out at the bench, taking turns here. Heat fatigue is a real thing here. Also, we have a couple special tools, this little trolley in front of the glory hole that will hold our blowpipe for us. Even though we maybe only have 6 pounds of glass on the end of our blowpipe, having it counterbalance causes a lot of stress on our shoulder. So having that extra little tool is handy for us. So David told us earlier that this is like a saint candle. We pulled some strings earlier. If you've been here for a little while, you saw us pick up a clear gather of glass, collect some of the frit we have over here on the table. We selected some red, yellow, and orange frit. We collected this frit with a clear gather of glass and pulled these red stringers. So David has those in his hand right now. He's going to torch work these flames into the candle. So David's getting the stringers we pulled earlier. That's a piece of glass that he has in his hand. We just drizzled some pieces to look like flames. David's using his torch to heat up the end of this. He can create molten glass. This is sometimes called lamp working, but traditionally known as torch working. So he's going to use this. He's going to melt inside the saint candle that we're making and create that flame effect. Do you guys want to see something pretty cool? So sometimes we have a little bit extra glass on our pipe and it just drizzles off, but then it cools down. When it cooled down, it just kind of turned hard. So it's kind of flexible even though it's made of glass. Pretty interesting. Yes, sir. Why is the chalk here? You know what? You're not the first kid to ask me that question. Because that's kind of how we talk to each other down here. Because we have some loud music on. We have these furnaces, they're kind of loud. Sometimes those torches, all that stuff is loud. Fans. So instead of trying to explain to somebody with words, yeah, we're melting it in there. We want to get it nice and soft so we can stretch it and turn it into a piece of art. See how we made those drawings on the floor? So one friend was saying, I'm going to make a shape kind of like a teardrop, and then let's put a bunch of purple stripes on it. So we kept looking back at that picture so we knew we were doing what he wanted us to do. Okay, so we're just about finished with this piece at the center. It's a saint candle. There is a wick and a flame inside the candle. It presents a little differently colored right now because red is pretty hot right now. As this cools down, you'll see a little better. So what we're going to do is heat up the bottom of this. I don't know if we're going to use a traditional separation. Are you guys going to pinch off or? So because this is going to go into an annealing oven, that annealing oven is, we have some top load ovens and some front load ovens. Those are at about 1100 degrees. We'll park our piece of art in that annealing oven. When we go home tonight, we'll program the annealing oven to start cooling down. By the time we get back tomorrow, maybe tomorrow afternoon, we can open that up and our piece of art will be cool enough for us to touch. If there's anything that we need to do to the piece of art, we can take it to the cold shop at that point, polish it up. If we wanted to diamond blade some shapes into it, we would do that then. So we're creating a jack line here. We can add a couple of drops of water. That's going to shock the piece of glass at that weak point we just made. And we can then lightly tap our pipe, and it will snap right off at that break we just made. Our team member here is wearing a green Kevlar jacket, Kevlar helmet, fiberglass Kevlar mittens. If you notice, he took his mittens over to the furnace before he touched that piece of glass. We also want to make sure that when that piece of glass drops into someone's hands, they're not dropping into cold mittens. That could fatally ruin our piece of art. So I noticed there was a lot of smoke coming from this side of the shop. That happens a lot just because I've been working with a tool that's really commonly found on our benches. That is wet newspaper. We take the daily paper, we keep it in a baking sheet soaked in water, then we just quarter it and use that as a pad. It's really a helpful tool for shaping glass. We can use our hand a little bit to feel the piece of glass, but it does create a lot of smoke. So Jessica, I believe, is working on Cheeto number 2. So she's wanting to create a little curve in the glass that she made. Because it does cool down pretty quickly once you remove it from its heat source, she can apply direct heat here, and that will make that bend easier for her to accomplish. You can kind of see the heat band on the center of this piece now. It's softened to a point where she can use gravity to shape. She can use a tool to shape. It still has enough integrity that it's not going to drop off in the hot furnace, but it's still soft enough that she can keep working toward the shape she's trying to accomplish. You can see how she's using the angles of her blowpipe, gravity a little bit. But if you take a look at Jessica's piece, you really can see clearly the heat band in the center. So it's considerably softer there than it is on either end of this. So she can just use gravity to help create the shape she's looking for. So again, at the left side of the shop, Jessica's working on her piece. She has a whole team around supporting her, but she's really holding down the bench pretty well on her own. Tony's on the end. He's at the stool. He's ready at the end of the blowpipe. Anytime Jessica is going to need some breath, she will give Tony that direction to give a little breath, maybe a little more, stop. The rest of the team is also anticipating her needs, so we're standing by with paddles. We can help accomplish a shape using paddles, but we can also protect Jessica's arms a little bit from the radiant heat coming off this piece. It's getting a little bigger. The more surface area on that, the more radiant heat comes off. So we want to protect her arms from that heat. So we'll step in with a paddle once in a while to help that. Also, Jessica now has a wad of newspaper in her hands. This will smoke a lot, but this is a really great shaping tool for us to use. We're capping the end of the blowpipe. We want to trap that air bubble in there. The newspaper is wet, so it does insulate Jessica's hand a little. It's still very hot. That's all the smoke that you guys see. It's just burning newspaper. The team at the center of the hot shop, these are our hilltop artists. Zane in the center. We are going to be making a vase with him tonight. So we just added a little color. We always start with a clear gather of glass. So we're collecting that clear gather. If we want to add color, we have several different ways we can do that. Really commonly, we do color overlay. Can we see a color overlay image, AV.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Okay, so we just saw that color overlay process at the center of the shop. We do use color rather conservatively. Color does come in those really cool big bars. We just chop off what we think we're gonna need to use. One of the other ways we've added color tonight is through frit. There's an example here on this table. This looks like sanding sugar. It's kind of like a coarse rock salt consistency. That is a combination of red, orange, and yellow. Kind of creates a little bit of a tortoise shell effect. So we're using that to create some flames for a piece we were using earlier. On the far left side of the studio, Jessica has been using another color technique. That technique involved taking color, we ground it down to like baking soda, and then used a sifter, a standard kitchen sifter, to sift that powder over the top of a clear gather of glass. On the other side of the studio, we're using color in an encalmo method. They're making a small vessel that will have 4 pockets of color. It's a quarter del calmo. And we have clear, 2 gathers of clear and 2 different colors. That's also gonna present really differently. Jessica's piece at the far side of the studio looks kind of like a hot dog. Definitely is presenting that color. It's a bright Cheeto orange once it cools. She's actually making a bag of oversized puffed Cheetos. So we're on Cheeto number 2. That was also part of the reason she decided to dust on color. It does leave a texture like a powdered cheese on a puffed Cheeto. Also, because our blowpipes are metal, they're conducting heat, and while a good glass blower will have asbestos hands, we do occasionally take the pipe over to our special little bathtub to cool that down so we can keep handling it. It seems like we're just dousing it. There actually is a careful way to do everything here. You can't introduce something cool to something hot. So we're always slowly adjusting temperatures on things. We never want to shock any of the pieces that we're working with. So Zane's at the center bench in the white shirt. The first thing we do when we're starting a piece, we always start that first gather by shaping it. We want it to be perfectly centered on our blowpipe. We're going to be blowing a bubble into the center of this, and we want that bubble to be perfectly centered. So we're always kind of working toward that. The tool that Zane was just using is called a block. It's made of cherry wood. We keep them soaked in this bucket of water behind us. A block just looks like this. It's a big scoop. Occasionally this one's on its way to burning into nothing. But we keep them soaked in water. If they dry out, they crack and they don't keep their shape. Also, when they're soaked in water, when we're shaping that gather of glass, it's steaming. That steam is giving us some lubrication, and it's also cooling the outside of our molten glass a little bit, so it's kind of creating a candy shell. The inside of our glass is still really molten and soft, but it will hold its shape as we're taking it back and forth to our heat source. So the color pickup that we just talked about, the frit or the macchia that is on the counter there, you just saw Zane pick up some color that way. So he had a color overlay, then he had a clear gather of glass, and then he rolled into this coarse glass over here that, if you can't see, is chunks of red and orange and yellow. This, depending on how Zane decides to work it into his piece, it's going to create those flecks in his piece. Like if you put glitter in nail polish, in the bottle it would look really glittery, but as you paint it out, glitter is sort of dispersed. As this piece gets bigger, the pieces of colored glass that he picked up will spread over the piece. So if you're looking, you can kind of already see some of those colored flecks on his piece. You'll also notice that's perfectly centered. He's using his fruit wood block frequently to make sure that piece is keeping it really good shape. Also, you'll notice that everyone has a good glass blowing team. Usually the working artist is at the bench and the support team is around them. The support team is sometimes at the stool. They're waiting to hear a command to blow, to take the blowpipe back to the furnace, to put a fire out if some of your tools have caught fire, cooling down. Fatigue is a real thing in glass blowing. You're up against a lot of heat. Also, in most of these cases, we only have a few pounds of glass on the end of our blowpipe, but by the time you have it on the end of a pipe, there's that counterbalance. It starts to put a lot of stress on your shoulders. So we have a couple tricks. We have this little trolley in front of our furnace that holds our blowpipe for us. It also has little ball bearings, so we can constantly be turning that piece while we're in the fire. The bench has racks on either side, so we can set our blowpipe on that, so we can easily roll that back and forth. We're always working against and with gravity, so we're always moving and rolling. So Zane is using his fruitwood block. He's sized up his block a little bit, and he's asking for more air. So Justin's at the stool down here. Zane will coach him to add a little bit of breath to this piece. He can fill out the block that way. So I just came over to this side of the studio. I knew Jessica was working on making a bag of Cheetos, but I caught a corner of that, and it looked like a hot dog for a second. She has pulled the end of her Cheeto shape. So there's a little, like the old Chicago dog, traditional red hot skin on the end. She's actually just pulling color around. We did a color on top of a clear gather. The clear gather underneath was showing, so she's just sort of stretching that color to close that up a little bit. So she'll trim off that excess that she's working on. You can see that from this camera angle right here. She's already done that trim. Again, this looks like a solid color. It is not a solid color. We're really conservative with our color practice. Also, this is bright Cheeto orange, but as we just talked about, the different metals and minerals and color present differently when they are up against heat. So for instance, this we know has a clear gather, and we've collected some frit off the table. It looks like it's orange, but we really know that's clear. But you can still see the dark marks of the red, orange, and yellow frit that we have added to this. On this side of the studio, Jessica's using cork paddles. These are great. So we have someone, she's giving direction if you listen carefully. Cap, blow. So she's asking for extra breath. Also, sometimes because it's so hot, your bubble can try to escape. So we'll cap the end of that blow pipe to keep that bubble where we want it. Jessica's at the business end of this pipe, shaping with the cork tools, and then asking for an assist to bring her piece back and forth to the heat. On this side of the studio, we are putting out fires. We do this several times a day. Some of the tools that we work with, in this case, we're working with newspaper. We've soaked this newspaper, and it's not soaking wet, but it's still damp. This is a really common and really useful tool for us. It really smooths the outside of the glass because there's water. We're actually using this tool at the center bench right now also. That pad of newspaper is also just cooling the outer shell of our piece of work. And we always have our water bottles of water. We're always hitting these pieces to make sure that they're not going up in flames, but you will see a lot of smoke in here because it is a really handy tool, or material rather. Any questions anybody has? Is anyone curious about any of this? Some of the other tools we use are paddles. These are also made of wood. They're used frequently and often. This paddle, believe it or not, is still in rotation. It has a really nice burn in it. It's just kind of where we like it. It has another maybe a week or two left in it. Sometimes when they break down smaller, we'll just use the small edge to help shape. When these are larger and in better condition, you'll see team members going in and blocking the heat from the piece. The working artists at the bench, the larger their piece, the more surface area and the more radiant heat. So having a friend at your bench with you that can help protect your arm from that is really nice. So it looks like Jessica's over here finishing up her piece. She's doing the kind of final polish on it with the newspaper. So again, Zane, he's one of our Hilltop glass art students. It's at the center bench. David is giving him an assist. Here's an example of when we would use the paddle. We can shield a little heat away from Zane's hands while he's working. Also, if we decide to open this piece up as a vase, if we want to get a nice straight lip, David could give him an assist by holding that paddle up against the open piece. We can get a little pressure on it that way. On this far side, if you guys want to pay attention to what's happening over here, we did a final dusting of Cheeto dust on this. Again, we took our color, ground it down into a powder. We have a powder booth back here. We don't want to inhale glass. If you can see this, it does look a little red right now. It's going to cool down to a real Cheeto orange. But by sifting glass powder on top of this piece of art, we can achieve the look of a cheese-dusted Cheeto. It looks a lot like a sausage right now. These orange colors, as this piece cools down, will really reveal as safety cone orange. So we always are taking our piece back to the marving table. It's a stainless table. We can lean into this, pull against it. Our glass doesn't stick to it. We can sprinkle glass on it, pick up color that way. We can grind color down to sand and do sand paintings and pick up the painting with a clear gather of glass from the marving table. The marving table also cools the outside of our glass just a bit. So David is helping Zane achieve the shape he's looking for. David's applying a little pressure with that paddle to the end of this vase. This tool that Zane has in his hands is the #1 glass blowing tool in anyone's toolkit. These are called jacks. You grab a pair of jacks in the middle. They have 2 ends. The hinge end, and then it has 2 blades on it. A set of jacks works the opposite of tweezer. So when I squeeze jacks, the tines come together, and as I release it, they open up. That is going to be a helpful tool when you're opening up a piece of glass. You can let the tool do some of the work. Also, because the jacks have flat tines on them, you can hold them sideways to help shape. They also can deliver water just where you want it. And then the flat hinge side will offer you some shaping also. That's the only tool also that we keep conditioning. The rest of our tools are ready if they're wet, like a block or a lot of our other tools. This particular set of jacks is all metal. There's a little beeswax pad on the back of our bench. You'll see a gaffer at the bench hit that beeswax pad with their jacks once in a while. That will burn right off the glass, but it gives us a little extra lubrication when we need it. But you can already see what Zane has in mind in his piece. It's already sort of taking shape as a vase. But if you remember, you can only work with one side of a piece of glass at a time. So we're going to transfer this from the blowpipe that we started with to a regular pipe called the punti. So we have a hot gather of glass, just a little bit of glass on the end of this. Zane is going to use his tweezers. He's going to guide that into the center of his piece of work. This is another opportunity you can use because this piece is connected. You can center it really easily. He's adding a couple drops of water. He picked up those tweezers. He had made a jack line, delivered a couple drops of water right there. Because the water is much cooler than the glass, creates a stress joint. So Zane just had to lightly tap the blowpipe, and that fracture point broke off cleanly and evenly. So now we have the piece of work transferred to a new pipe. We can work the other side of it. So we were just working the base. You saw David in with a paddle. He was applying a little pressure to the end of that to create a nice base. Now we can take this back to the furnace, warm it up, and open up this piece of glass. The Cheetos looking pretty good on this side of the studio. Okay, so Zane is at the center bench. He has a little extra glass at the end of his piece. He might, as you see this piece moving around, he might be trying to pull some of that color out. Also, the end of that glass is pretty thick, so he's going to pull that until he gets the right dimensions of glass. Anything he's pulling right now, he can trim off with his diamond shears. So he's coming in with his jacks. He's making a little jack line right there. He's getting an assist. Keep a little bit of that heat off of his hands using the paddles. Okay, so at the far side of the studio, we're ready to move this finished piece into our annealing oven. Looks like we had a nice clean break on that. We're all concerned with safety here. This artist took Jessica's piece. We're putting it in this annealing oven. We have 4 annealing ovens here, 2 front loads and 2 top loads. These are set at about 1100 degrees. We'll put a piece in there, and then when we leave tonight, we'll program these ovens to start cooling down. By about tomorrow afternoon, maybe about tomorrow afternoon, we can open the doors and they'll be at a temperature we can touch. So at that point, we can do that extra little finish work. We can't add heat to it anymore, but we can take it back. Behind the scenes, we have a cold shop. That's where we do all our grinding and polishing, adding bottoms, signing things. We have diamond cutters if we want to do designs on glass after it's cooled. We also have a weld shop in the back. A lot of our artists here are working pieces for future installations. Some of those installations, one is a bubble stairway, so we're building welding a structure to support that. So Zane is at the center bench. He's opening up his piece now. He's going to be using a different set of tools. Also remember that we moved this piece from the blowpipe to this pipe, which is called a punty. This is not a hollow pipe. If we wanted to add any more breadth to grow this piece at this point, we do have an option to do that. There's a tool called a soffietta, and I will show that to you, and it's a little less dangerous. But mostly what we're going to be using here are our standard tools. Jacks, that's what Zane has in his hand right now. If you remember, this is a tool, when you squeeze it, the tines close. So when you're relaxing your hand, the tines open. That is the tool we use when we're opening up a vessel. The tool can do a lot of the work for us. A soffietta is also referred to as a sophie. There's a couple different cone shapes on the end of a soffietta. Some sophies have a turn in them, so the artists at the bench can blow into their own piece. This particular soffietta would require a friend. So they're going to blow at the mouthpiece. We can still add air to this piece to make it larger if we wanted to do that. We would use this tool at this point in the making of this art. Also, you'll notice that all of us are wearing 100% cotton. Most of us are also wearing eye protection. Some glass blowers like to wear sunglasses. A lot of us don't because it takes a lot of the detail away. If you're really cool, you'll splurge for these fancy purple lenses. Looking into the glory hole or the furnace is like looking at the sun. It's really hard on your eyes. The heat fatigue is intense. Having eye protection is important. Lots of things break, lots of things can fly in your eyes. So we try to always have eye protection on. Also, we only wear cotton. There's hot glass moving around this studio all over the place. The most important person on the floor is the person who has the hot glass in their hand. That person's job is to always have their eye on the piece of art. The rest of us, our job is to always have our eye on that piece of art. It's not the artist's job to know where we are. We know where they are. So we're avoiding somebody turning around and touching us with something hot. or in some cases, just that radiant heat is enough to really burn you. If something horrible like that were to happen, glass touching us, our clothes would incinerate. If we were wearing polar fleece or something like that, it would melt into plastic, and that plastic would melt into our skin. And that is a lot more difficult to recover from. So over here in the corner, we're suiting up in this funky outfit. It's our space suit. It is made of Kevlar. We have a couple of them. We have Kevlar fiberglass gloves and this fancy Kevlar hat. This is special protection we wear when we're going to be entering one of our annealing ovens. So if you remember, we had the front loads and the top loads, these big boxes here on the floor. This spaceman is about to climb into this fire practically. It's really important that because that suit was sitting in a cooler area, we want this suit to be nice and hot. He can put his mittens in the fire and be just fine. So we're going to remove this piece. He's going to catch this piece in his hand. We're just adding a couple drops of water. That's creating a stress point on the glass. So now we can just tap the pipe lightly. And because it was so stressed right there, it breaks off nice and clean. David's going to open the top of this oven. It's about 1,100 degrees in there. And that vase will sit in there. When we leave tonight, we'll program that to cool down really slowly. So it's somewhere between 1,100 and 900 degrees right now. It'll cool down, and then tomorrow we'll open it up. So yesterday we were working with Cerny. She's a sculptural artist, and she wanted to bring some sculptures for us to recreate out of glass. So we were just kind of monkeying around with some things. But these are a couple projects that we made yesterday that we never even touched with our hands, because when we were making it, it was on fire. It was so hot. So this is the first opportunity that you really get to inspect your piece and take a look at it. This finally is the real true color. It's in its final hardened form. But if there were any sharp edges on this, we could take it to the cold shop and smooth those out. But in this case, yesterday, these little edges where we broke off, we hit it with a torch just to melt the little sharp edges. We know it's not worth our time to really hassle with it in cold working. We can just hit it with one of our gas torches, and it's like if you put a chocolate chip in a hot oven. That little curl on the top kind of softens and smooths out. So we were able to accomplish what we wanted to with the tools we had on the floor. So we ended up opening up our boxes and pulling out some finished pieces. Does anyone have any questions about this process at all? Security's here, I'm worried. Oh, are we? Oh. It's already 8 o'clock, you guys. That's why security's here. So we're gonna wrap up our night. Thank you guys for joining us on Third Thursday. I hope you got a chance to see Preston in the galleries. We're really glad that you came to see some glass making.